Why is OBS doing this to me? I go live and OBS decides to have a wobble. We should be back again. Literally, if you had a little blip then, that was OBS. OBS is busted a rift right now as well. The stream's busted. The stream, can he take it, Captain? Oh my days. Right, we've had one reveal stream today. This week, it's time for another reveal stream because today, Warlord Games just dropped loads of new reveals. We have got we've got models that have now gone from pre-order to the full-blown released, and we've got models which have never before been seen before, and we've now got those previewed. There's even been a little bit of an FAQ, although it's only a little FAQ this time, and so there's loads to get into. New models, new rules, new FAQs. There's a lot going on. So, what level of GW stream quality is this? Well, the audio should be fine. It just OBS might be shit in the bed. But yeah. So I'm really, 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 really excited today. So yeah, I'm really excited to show you guys all of the new stuff, and so we're going to be going through all of it tonight in excruciating detail, and I'll probably be able to give you a little bit of extra information from behind the scenes as well. Woo! Woo! So it should be a lot to enjoy. So strap in and strap on as we get into today's stream. But of course, before we go any further, we must there is audio. You just need to refresh the stream. It just had a little blip before. Refresh the stream if you are having issues. There you are. Because I had OBS had a little wobble at the beginning, and sometimes when it does it, it means that some people can't hear or it gets desynced, whatever. Just refresh and it's fine. So before we go any further, we must, of course, observe and obey our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Morning Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest. His Firefly Corps, because the Emperor is clearly FDR. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to bust a rift? We have got Sabian Wilson, Starbucks Meg, Spriggs, Mini Dingbat, Spartan, Whispering Monk, Zello, Clashcat, Robert M, Tim Durham, Freeform Rue, Godlike Poet. We've also got Sergeant Sharp, Javo, Scribbles, Mad Minute, Keon, Reagan, Tom, Mankiewicz Jablonski, Jocelyn, and Mark Coyle, and Mike P, and Squark. And we've got Matthew Edwards, and Deranged Shadow, and Ashley Gowd, and Lord Pulpy. And we've got RK, and we've got Firestorm, Chris's Team Camp, and Rev, and Ibram Gaunt, and Wargaming for Fun, and Zeb Taylor, and Fleaboy, and Mr. Lackey, and Total Rhombus. And we've got Steve A, and we've got Starbucks Smeg, and we have got Halen Jedi, Morpheus, Atomic Activity, Chansey, Mud Dog, Cow Herber, Ashley Garrett, Guardian. We've got Mr. Lackey and Eric, and we've got Full Metal Owl, Sparrow Pearson, Craig Dunn, Trient, and Leslie, and Chicken Detonator, Definitely Not Trotsky, and we've got James Homer, and Squidfist, Anubis Seeking Git, Macon, Jordan, John Jeter, Morpheus, Jonathan Thomas, Greg Shimmin, Paulo, Mostly Harmless, and Picantes. Hey! Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you guys are... Sparrow Person, sorry. Mad Larkin, hey, Commander HHL. Hey, there we are. Welcome, welcome, welcome to all of you beautiful bastards. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining. Don't forget to go ahead and smash that like button and subscribe and all that good stuff if you've not done so already. And of course, let's take a moment to say a big thank you to those people that have got the stream started off right, coming in with all the super chats and the member flag stuff. We'll do those, and then we will get to the big reveals. So we have got Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. We'll have them holding the line against the horrors of the Rift before you know it. We've also got the Whispering Monk. Yes! In these tumultuous times, we need our spiritual liege to keep our ears clean and our souls pure. There we are. Whispering Monk, thank you as always for your customary gifted membership. Thank you, sir, for doing your part. I also want to say a big thank you to Godlike Poet. Hey, Godlike Poet, great to have a stream, man. Thank you for super chat. Sturm Riser when? Well, I actually have some news about the Storm Giant. I don't know if you guys are ready for it yet. Is it ready for our first leak / reveal? I don't know. It feels like it might be too early. Do I not need to blue ball you guys a bit more? Edge you guys a bit more? I feel like I have to. All right. I'll tell you a rumor. A little roomy rumor. I don't know if it's going to happen or not. I don't know if Warlord has made a final decision on this. But all I can say is that the bad news is that I don't think Warlord is going to make the Sturmriser model. I think they've looked at it and it's just not quite feasible to make the first Konflikt item on a big scale. But the good news is that they are considering, and maybe they've confirmed it, I don't know, but they are considering releasing the STLs of the Sturmriser so that even if they cannot produce it, you at home can produce it, because they recognize that most people print their Titans anyway. So why not give the people? We have given you the people, Gotham. So I don't know if that. Yeah, so I think they might be releasing the STLs for it on maybe even for the low price of free. So there's definitely some conversation that's been had about it. But yeah, so big update. Warlord might actually release the STLs to the people, for the people, by the people. And all of that good stuff. So I think it's probably happening. I think there's just going to be some conversations around is it going to be free or not? But it's a pretty big move. It's a pretty big bollocks maneuver, and I have to say I like it. I like it. And you can paint it yellow if you want, and you can, and if it explodes, Squark, it'll be your own fault, because it will be the people that have printed it. Squark, it won't feel right unless there's a risk of exploding at some point in the future. Sorry, it's not Trench Crusade. We don't do it here. For those of you saying, can we paint it yellow? I don't mean to alarm you, but I got two things for you. I don't mean to alarm you, but I might be one step ahead of you. Ooh, what's this crazy little guy? Who's this crazy little guy? Woo! There you are. Wow, what does it say underneath on that base? Oh, you probably can't see it now. It says Warlord Games. Ah. This is not the Armageddon Steel Legion. This is the Africa Corps Stahl Legion. Very distinct. It's very different. So, it's basically, this is the German winter infantry model. But Warlord Games sent me a little sneak, another little sneak preview for you all. Warlord Games sent me some testers for an upgrade kit that they're doing so that you can conflict up your basic bolt action infantry to make them feel a little bit more sci-fi. And they've got, I don't know if you guys can see that there, but they've got some German helmets with gas masks, which is kind of cool. They're not available yet. These are sort of early release things, if you know what I mean, early things. But yeah, so you can take these gas masks and put them on whatever bolt action infantry you want, and they will fit. And I can tell you right now, I've built 6 of these guys in various different poses. So we've got the old Steel Legion rocket launcher guy there. I mean, totally new Africa style trooping. And then also I've got a flamer guy here. Kit bashed using the upgrade kit and the winter infantry and the flamer from the German veteran Rattenkrieg infantry. And they work really, really well. Can't you already get Schwertruppen gas mask heads from them? So they're not. These are yes and no. They don't do the gas mask heads. They do like the visor heads. So it's a little bit different. So these used to be made by Warlord Games ages ago, and they've had a lot of people asking for more. Basic, more things for basic infantry in Konflikt. Turns out that people really like playing as not just the horrors of the Rift, but the humans fighting against the horrors of the Rift. And so they've basically started redoing these, re-releasing these as part of basically public demand, as it were. So yeah, it should be kind of cool. And for those of you that are wondering, what does the Steel Legion color scheme not only translate to infantry, but also translate to vehicles? I can confirm it absolutely does. Look at that. If I may say so myself, this is what we were painting last night, and I am very, very, very happy with how this came out. I literally was copying the box art from the old Armageddon Pattern Sentinel. Yeah, even right down to the right decal and everything. So yeah, it turns out you can... It turns out you don't need to wait 2 years. Warlord's got you covered. There you are. All right. What do we got next? So basically, Sturmreiser is probably coming as a free STL. I'm saying probably there just sort of cover my own ass. And then we're getting upgrade kits for bolt action infantry, so you can conflict them up a bit. And I am now building a full-blown Steel Legion. We've had the National Guard for Konflikt 47, the Imperial Guard themed Konflikt army. Now we're going to get the Steel Legion themed Konflikt army. It turns out that you can really guardify Konflikt 47 quite easily. Yeah, quite easily indeed. All right, what have we got next? Starbucks Meg, thank you for super chat, man. Warhammer reveal thoughts in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Okay. My take on the reveals, guard related only. Steel Legion announcement, 8 out of 10. -2 points as it's 2 years out. That's fair. Half track, 9 out of 10. Love it. Hippogriff, 10 out of 10. As someone going to LAN, fast attack, mechanized warfare is the way. Love that. Commissar Graves, 9 out of 10. I think she's badass. Maybe could have a more distinctive attire to Armageddon, i.e. gas mask. I think that's fair. Yeah. Commissar Graves half track, 8 out of 10. I like it, but I don't like the color scheme. That's fair enough. You can do your own color scheme if you want. Yeah. Armageddon Battalion box, 10 out of 10. I want 2. Ogrins, 8 out of 10. Definitely helmets on. Need to find Bulgrin shields now. Kill Team Cadian, 8 out of 10. Like many people, will be better as other regiments, but still buy and get my Talon head swaps. GW chose Caden, of course, to maximize sales. Yeah, I mean, I think I've heard a lot of people that are like complaining about the new... I've heard 99% of people saying they love the new Kill Team, and then I've heard a small group of people that have complained about the new Kill Team because they're like, oh, it's like the Disney Kill Team because it's like 50-50 men and women. Those are just head options. Like, just in case, like, those are literally just head options. If anyone, like, if you've ever built, like a GW infantry kit, like, I could go and get, like, a box of Kazakin or a box of Cadians now, and you get loads of different head options. Like when I was building my field horse batteries, there was the option to build them with there was enough heads to build them all with female heads or with male heads or a mixture. So literally, it's just showing off the range of head options. You'll get that kit, and look, I'm not a GW ball washer, but you'll get that kit, and literally, you just pick the head that you want for the unit. So yeah, there you go. But yeah, I think the new Kill Team Cadians do look really cool, man. I'm not saying that by the way, to be clear, I'm not saying that to be like, oh yeah, shitting on those guys that don't like it because it's got, you know, half female heads, half male heads. I'm saying it's that if you're someone that is like worried about that aspect of the kit, like, oh, you don't really like this direction, whatever it is, I'm telling you that's not something you need to be worried about, because even though I've not seen the sprues yet, I can almost guarantee you'll get the head swaps that you need. And even if you don't get them in the kit, it's easy enough to do a head swap on with the spare heads you get from other kits, and they'll fit right on. So yeah. I do agree, Mad Larkin, it could have been good as a Catachan kill team, but it's basically, it's a Cadian kill. It's Cadians are the generic guardsman. It's a generic veteran kill team. Yeah. But I know what you mean. 11th edition announcements. More narrative focus. Cannot score. Don't know how this actually works yet. Existing codex compliance. 7 out of 10. Great, but expected. Removing OC circles terrain. 9 out of 10. See how it is, but I'm in favor of it. It does make tabletops more aesthetically pleasing and narrative driven. So I heard a funny like hypothesis today. And that hypothesis was that tournament organizers who have already invested too much in the old way of doing things will use these new terrain objective layouts, and they'll say, oh yeah, these are terrain craters that are all 3-inch like radius, 3 inches across or 6 inches across, you know what I mean? And they'll be in fixed places. Basically, they're going to turn the circles into terrain features. And I was like, no. Wait. I really hope that's not what happens. That would be really bad. That would be like, but I can see people like UKTC maybe pulling that kind of shit to try and, save some overheads. Roll charge target. Roll then choose charge targets. 8 out of 10. I like the idea of avoiding stranded units. Yeah, it gets in a feel bad moment. Yeah. And then we've got no stack stratagems. Keep things more simple and avoid too much OP. I mean, I would remove all stratagems from the game, or limit each, so you can only use one stratagem per phase. Not one stratagem per unit per phase, but only one stratagem per phase. But I am part of the anti-stratagem lobby. Yeah. Mad Larkin, TOs are going to completely fuck off what GW wants to do. It's going to cost them so much to get new terrain and objectives. That's the thing. I think there's a chance that GW has the great intention of what they want to do, and then WTC and UKTC basically don't go along with it. And I really hope that's not gonna. I really hope that doesn't happen. Yeah. What have we got next? Hidden operatives. 8 out of 10 thematically makes sense. What was that with the whole you can't shoot people from a certain distance away? That's going to be very, very terrain dependent. If there's terrain, if the boards are too dense, that's going to be awful. If the boards are a bit lighter, it's going to be more thematic. It's going to be better. 11th edition cinematic, 6 out of 10, pretty so. Much prefer the 10th edition cinematic, agreed. 11th out of 10 launch box, 7 out of 10. Not to go on, but the intercessor is for me just like before with a firstborn head swap. Yeah, I know what you mean. I think there's going to be more stuff that's coming, but I think that it's a step in the right direction. Yeah. All right, Starbucks Bag. Appreciate the support and appreciate the 5 gifted memberships, man. Amazing. Enjoy activity. Thank you for super chat. At roll call with Woodimp tomorrow. List in stream discussion. Wait, what do you mean at roll call with Woodimp? Are you guys like Are you guys like going to an event together or something? Oh, how dare you? Why was I not invited? I probably was. Or is roll call the name of the... Oh, is roll call the name of the event? Ah, that makes more sense. If you want to see how point scoring is built into 40k lists for 11th, look at Sigma. They've had it for 2 years. Ooh, interesting. 3 artillery observers that double tap for GT tomorrow. Pictures and lists attached. Yeah, that is a beautiful army. Is that the French army that Wooden painted for you, man? Ah, he's done a very good job on those. Ah, they look beautiful, man. That's so cool. Let's have a look at the list. 23 order dice. You absolute mentalist. Holy shit. Inexperienced commander. Veteran squad. Regular squad. Artillery observer. Inexperienced half track. Regular Renault FT. Regular Renault FT. Regular Renault FT. Regular. 5 Renault FTs. Another rifle platoon. Cavalry section, infantry section, another experienced platoon commander, another artillery observer, another rifle platoon, Senegalese soldiers, inexperienced commander, veteran squad, artillery observer, Berlier, FU, DB carrier, and then you've got an artillery platoon, AA gun, light howitzer, AA gun. My God. It's a big fucking list. Woo! That's a big list, man. I have no idea how to judge it because it's got so much in it and so many different units in it, but it looks like a hell of a list. My take is it looks like a really fucking big, full, badass list. So yeah, love that, man. Love that. I've no idea how good it is, but it feels proper, like meaty, you know? Yeah. So, dude, I love it. All right, let's catch up a few more super chats, then we'll get to these big reveals and everything. Dark Knight Current, thank you for super chat. Found an old metal destroyer. Gonna try a paint scheme on it. If it's easy enough, might get more. Also, sent an email to GW about the revised Steel Legion. Hoping they'll listen to my suggestions. Hey, well, if you never know. I mean, probably going to end up just binned off in the email filter. But hey, if you don't send it, you'll never know. There you are. Dude, good luck with the colour scheme. Thank you for the support, and I hope that GW listens, man. Florida Eccentric, thank you for super chat. Question and stream discussion. Oh, I need a good list for a friend that wants to start Black Templars and pick up from Adepticon. And pick up Adepticon 3rd Shrimp Mech, playing 2 houses and a flamer. Nice. Well, to be honest, I don't know anything. I don't really know how to play Black Templars these days. I haven't played them in a little while. So much so I'm thinking of, depending on what they're like in 11th edition, I'll probably end up selling them. If I was to give you a general advice for a list for Black Templars, take 3. Apparently 3 20-man Crusader squads have been doing some good work. So that's a good foundation, and then you can kind of build from there. All right. Hope that helps, man. Chris K, thank you for super chat. News in Discord. Hail Mordians, sorry for the redirect for some reason. YouTube wanted to send a very basic message. Regardless, we rejoice. The Defenders Duke have arrived! Unfortunately, while the decal transfer sheet I ordered was on the invoice but not on the box, I'm beginning to feel sorry for Warlord customer service. They definitely know my name at this point. On the positive, I got a hoplite bonus through. Bro, I swear to God, you are the unluckiest person. I recently, dude, and again, I'm not glazing Warlord or anything. I'm just saying, I literally bought a bunch of stuff from Warlord Games online recently. Totally fine. I've never ordered something for Warlord Games. They've not, touch wood, they've not got it exactly right. Yeah. So, dude, I think you're just cursed. I think like that guy in The Mummy. This is cursed. This is cursed. You should collect like an Egyptian themed army. There you are. Yeah, it's one of those. But I know they have been having some some issues, but I've been fortunate enough not to experience them. There you are. Hopefully they'll just send it out to you. Hopefully. Chansey, thank you for the super chat, man. So Africa Style Corps and United Enclave States getting podium at the next event. You know it, man. And guess what? I even bought the dice bag today. This is my 7th dice bag. 7th? 8th dice bag. I like collecting them. I like having the dedicated dice bag for the army. So when I turn up to the event, I have the right dice bag. So I'm going to be getting the yellow Rift dice, and I've already got the Sand Order dice, and I'm going to be getting the Africa Corps D6s as well. So there you are. There you are. All right. So, but dude, yeah, I'd be well up for it. Unless, did you get your hands on the forbidden bag? I did not. I didn't ask. Some things are just best left as a meme. Although, as we said in the pub, there is a certain career-ending combo that I'd like to do on my last ever stream. Get the forbidden dice bag and the forbidden medic model. Oh yeah. All right. But actually, I need to see if they still sell the Africa Corps dice. I'm gonna have a quick look now. But yeah, Chansey, absolutely. Do we know when it's happening? By the way. No hint yet. Fair. Do you not think that we should maybe, I don't know, should we maybe have the Americans fighting together? I've still got my National Guard. What do we think? Go either way. They do sell the Africa Corps dice. Nice. Just going to check something. Why is my... oh my god. Oh, it's bad weather, isn't it? There you go. Just fuck it out! My computer's gone to shit! Right, come on. What the fuck's going on there? Right, there you go. Okay, no, it's not come up. I was just checking. But there you are, no, we're alright. Right, there we go. I was checking if I could get the Africa Corps D6s from a third-party retailer, but I can't. I would have an unhealthy amount of tanks. I mean, I would also have an unhealthy amount of armor. We will, but I will not have. I mean, my list is basically a Vogel spinner, a Grav Panzer IV, and then like 4 squads in Hanamags, and that's it. Yeah. There you are. There you are. What have we got? So yeah, I won't have an overly powerful list. Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat, man. GIF of new 11th edition objective markers in stream discussion. All right. That's actually quite good. Oh, that's quite funny, actually. I love that. All right, we got, I think, one more super chat here. Just double check. 2 more. Meryl, thank you for the super chat, man. Vindication. I mean, there's a comment FAQ. And the Robo Platoon is such a good deal. Hype. Hype, baby. Hype. Yeah, oh my God. We're going to get into the reveals soon. And honestly, I think we have to start with the models first, because the models are great. But yeah, Mild, I'm very, very hyped for it. And we're going to be diving into it in just a moment. What have we got next? Mango Shapronsky, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Played my first Old World game yesterday with my Wood Elves as Plutonians. So much fun. Got told to not come back with my printed army at the Warhammer store. Fuck GW. I mean, Mango Shabronsky, did you go to a GW... Wait. Are these two separate stories or the same story? Did you go to GW with a fully 3D printed army? Because, like, they are... I mean, I'll be real with you, man. Yeah, that's sort of on you. Yeah. I don't know if this is a fuck you GW moment. I love you, buddy. But, yeah, I think this one's on you, man. I think, A, the fact that they even let you play a game of Old World at a GW store is a miracle, because normally they don't. And secondly, the fact that you went with a fully 3D printed army is kind of a big middle finger. And thirdly, I think they're fairly within their rights to tell you not to play again. Yeah. So, yeah, at least they let you play the game. So, yeah, I'm going to be honest, man. That one's on you. There's nothing wrong with a 3D printed army. There's nothing wrong with playing with a 3D printed army. There's nothing wrong with playing a game of Old World. But all of those things should be taking place either at the comfort of your own home or in the friendly local gaming store. But the local GW, the local GW, not the place for it. But the main takeaway here is you played Old World and you had fun. Which is cool, because Old World is fun. Old World, best world, yes! That's the main takeaway. So I'm glad that you had fun. That's the main thing. But I'm going to give you a bit of stick for the whole 3D printed thing. All right. For some reason, everyone wants to play in GW store around here. Fucking hell. I don't know why you would want to. I avoid playing in GW stores like the plague. Yeah. Just find them. I just find them not to be... I don't know, man. I find Games Workshop's own stores not to be the best place to not even be the best place, to be the worst place to go and play Warhammer. Yeah. But the thing is, it's very different in the US versus the UK. In the US, often the only store that you can play in, the only store that's available, not even store, the only gaming venue that's available is the GW one. Because the US is obviously bigger and much more spread out. Whereas in the UK, GW is often like one of many places in half an hour each other that will allow you to play, a space to play war games. And so you kind of just get to pick the one that you prefer. So yeah. All right. All right. Gentlemen, it's time. Gentlemen, ladies, small folk creatures of Centauri, it's fucking time, baby. Are you ready? What do we want first? I mean, I think it's got to be new models first. Models first, then rules, then FAQ. I think we have to do it in that order. All right. Let me bring it up. Oh, yeah. All right. So, here we go. They have finally arrived. We have got the next wave of Konflikt reveals right here, right now. So let me give you the lowdown. All right. We had the first wave, which was the release of Konflikt 47 and the starter armies and the starter set and all that kind of stuff. Then we got the first expansion and the second wave of models, which was the Festung Europa stuff. So the Totenrotter starter armies are no longer on pre-order. They are now just fully available for your purchasing pleasure. So these, they're not on pre-order. They're out and they're proud and they're here and they're awesome and they're great. And that's and I know many of us have been enjoying those. Have been enjoying the new Totem Rotter stuff. And Festung Europa is out now. And the digital PDF version is out now, which is awesome. I've got the digital PDF version. It's really, really good, really well formatted. No problems with it whatsoever. But obviously, you want to get the physical book as well, which is what I'm going to be doing. But yeah, it's all here now. But then we had the kind of like, the web bundles that Warlord kind of like shadow dropped, which is awesome. But those were made up of existing models, and now we've got this is the next big reveal, essentially. The next big reveals, the next big wave of stuff, and basically this has all gone up on pre-order today on Warlord's website. So, but to remind you guys. This is a Warlord pre-order, so there's a really big pre-order window. So this is going to be available pre-order for like 2 or 3 months. So it's not like get it this weekend or you're screwed. No, it's going to be available. No issues for basically 3 months. And it's important to note that none of the bundles that you see here are FOMO. As far as I'm aware, I'm covering my ass a little bit. As far as I'm aware, none of these are FOMO. So if you're like, oh man, I really want to get like the new automated infantry platoon, but I need to wait for the next paycheck, that's fine. You can do that. And even if you don't get it on pre-order, you can get it after pre-order as well. So this is Warlord Games. We don't do FOMO here. We don't do that. We just do, we make bundles. Well, I say I don't work for Warlord, but we do bundles, and you can buy them and whenever you want. There you are. So what are the new bundles and units that have gone on pre-order? Well, it is now confirmed, but the Ursus infantry are now here, available for pre-order in plastic. And I'm going to be wanking Warlord a lot today. Aloft. I'm going to be wanking them from aloft. I'm going to be wanking them off a lot today because once again, promises made, promises kept. Warlord Games told us that when they brought units to plastic, the prices would come down. They would come down. And we've seen this with the Totem Core. And now we have seen it with basically all the models we're going to look at today. Ursus Infantry Squad. Now, previously, I think we can actually go and confirm this right now. Previously, the Ursus were available as 3 for £40, which is expensive. It is very expensive, and I know a lot of people shied away from getting these. Personally, I did get some of the Metal Ursus, but I got them off eBay. So yeah, but these are made out of, these are solid metal models. And to be honest, they're quite old. They're all right, but I've got a bunch of these, and they're not particularly dynamic or anything like that. But the new ones are £37, so £3 cheaper, and you get double the amount. I mean, what's not to like? What's not to like? And the sculpts, in my opinion, are way better. I've been holding off. I'm going to be getting some of these. And the sculpts are way better. The prices come down. You're getting more in the box. I mean, I love this. I absolutely love it. And for those of you that are wondering, like, okay, but what are these units about in combat? Like, what's their sort of rough equivalent to maybe something like 40k, for example? This is like buying 8-bound. They're fast move for World Eaters. Fast moving, hard hitting, melee specialists. And you can get 3 8-bound for 40 quid from GW. So this is like buying £8 from Games Workshop at £3 cheaper and getting double the amount in the box. I mean, to be honest, I could see someone using these as £8 in 40k. I mean, they are big models. I mean, they are probably about the size of an £8. So I know it's a bit uncouth talking about 40k in a Warlord / Konflikt stream, but if someone put a bunch of those, maybe even a bit of a head swap or something, I don't know, but someone put a bunch of those down against through the 40k game and said those are £8, you probably wouldn't question it, would you? They look pretty legit. Yeah. Now you get the Ursus with on their own for £37, and then you get the Ursus with Mauls for £27 for 3. So this is a smaller box. It's a smaller box, but it's not quite as cheap model for model. In fact, if you were to get 6 of these guys, it would be £54. So these aren't as good a deal relative to these ones, but which straight away is a bit of a shame. It would have been nice if these ones were 6 for £37. To be honest, it would be. But on the other hand, I can kind of see if you're someone that only wants a smaller squad. It's like one of those things where it's like, I only want 3. I don't want to buy 6 and only use 3. I only want 3, so you only buy 3. I guess there's an element of that. And it's important to note as well that even though relative to the other plastic Ursus, they're a bit more expensive, in comparison to the old Ursus with metal Ursus with clubs, they're actually £13 cheaper. So however you slice it, new plastics have come out and they are cheaper, and that's awesome. That's absolutely awesome. So yeah. So the Ursus are here, but here's the thing. The Ursus are probably, for many people, not the stars of the show. Why? Because we've already seen these Ursus models as part of the starter armies, although admittedly those ones were not made in plastic. But what about new units and new things which have been revealed? Well, we'll get to that in just a moment. I was going to get B for Bertie, but give me a second. I want to do a couple of other things. Just a couple of mentions. I want to mention the Ursus Platoon bundle. So this is where you can get 12 Ursus and you save £6 because you get 6 with the Mauls, 6 without the Mauls. Quick, I want to mention this quickly. I know everyone's like, we want B. Look, you're going to get 30. Give me a second. Quick thing I would say, if you are a Soviet player, this is an auto-include bundle. Warlord Games has definitely been smashing it out of the park with the Soviet bundles, because there's a number of them now which are absolute auto-includes. The Ursus Platoon bundle, every Soviet player should pick that up. Like, no questions asked. And every Soviet player should be picking up the Daughters of the Motherland propaganda cadre as well. No questions asked. Because, well, frankly, 6 Ursus and 14 of the Daughters of the Motherland with the Wub guns is absolutely, and it's an insanely powerful Soviet meta list. At that point, you're looking at a squad of PPs in a truck, and I think we're pretty much there. I mean, how much would that even cost? We're looking at 85 quid here, 52 quid here. Fuck it. Let's add the fucking numbers up. Let's do this. All right. So you're looking at 85 plus 52 plus 48 plus a truck, which is 22. You're looking at £207 to basically replicate the absolute mega smash fuck list that I came up with and won a tournament with. And that's if you buy it all direct from Warlord. I mean, if there's potential that you could get, especially things. Well, I don't know if you'd be able to get the Ursa Platoon bundle for on a deal or anything, but there's ways of saving money for getting that. So yeah, I think the Soviets may have had a little bumpy start with what happened to their starter army, but I think they are absolutely making out like bandits, and this is the arguably sort of second or third bundle, because you've got the power armor bundle as well. Second or third bundle that we've seen the Soviets get, which has just been auto buy, like from a power point of view, absolute auto buy. And the best bit is they're not FOMO. So if you're a new Soviet player and you're like, oh, I need to get these, or oh shit, Soviets were going to be one of my armies, it's like, yeah, that's fine. Don't worry. When you get around to these bundles will still be here. So there you are. So that's why I wanted to mention the Ursus bundle, because I think it's a really, really big deal that the Soviets now got 2 auto buy bundles with all killer, 0 filler. And I want to say, people are worried about the Totem Core. Worried is a strong word, but people are quaking in fear at the Totenrotter meta that's incoming. I am not worried about the zombies. If I were you, I'd be worried about the Soviet meta that is very quickly coming upon us. Very quickly indeed. Oh my days. I mean, imagine being able to buy 12 8-bounds like 85 quid, man. It's insane. All right. We don't get Just Show Bertie. All right. Fine. You goddamn robosexuals, you can have the new Brit stuff. And we'll start at the top. He's finally here. He is probably one of the most anticipated heroes that Warlord has announced. And so many people are hyped up for this model. It's awesome. It's absolutely awesome, man. So this is B for Bertie. He is a Mark 1 automated infantry hero for the British Commonwealth. But, and I've given you guys a little sneak preview here, because his rules haven't dropped yet. But he is someone you can use in both the US and British Commonwealth armies, and that is because of his law. His law is very much dictating his rules, and his law is basically he was one of the first automated infantry that was ever made. He took part in one of the early battles with the Canadians, not against the Canadians, supporting the Canadians, and he was badly damaged. And basically, what kind of has happened is the damage has caused him to go rogue, is a strong term, because he's still very much he's still very much a protector of the meat bags, but he doesn't really obey orders anymore, and he kind of just is wandering the front. He's wandering the front, and whenever he finds allied troops in peril, he comes to their aid. Apparently, like his protector protocols have gone mental. But his doing as he's told protocols aren't working. Yeah. So it's looking really cool. Now, he is basically just a Mark 1 infantry. Like Warlord, what they've sort of revealed to me is he is basically just a lone Mark 1 with an HMG. Like with an HMG. Like that's his damage output, what you can expect from him. But what is the unique thing about Bertie is that he is, and this obviously may change because the rules are still being tested and everything, but he is going to have the most luck out of any hero we've seen so far. Most heroes have got 1 luck, which means the first time they die, they get back up. It's basically like having an extra wound, but it's better than that, as I'll explain how luck works in a moment. He has got 3 points of luck, which means you have to kill him 4 times before he goes down. So how luck works is, let's say you manage to do 4 wounds to Bertie, and he's in cover. Well, look, cover doesn't really matter. You manage to do 4 wounds to Bertie. Now, everyone's only got 1 wound in Konflikt 47. So what happens is Bertie dies. The first wound kills Bertie. But then the 3 other wounds that were left over go to waste, because it's like a damage pool. It's like the rest of the wounds go to waste. Once the attacks have all finished, no matter how much overspill there's been, you expend 1 point of luck, and the character gets up and carries on. So even if you did like 100 wounds to this guy in one go, to be clear, in one go, let's say you had like 100's a bit much. Let's say you had a full squad of like Shrekwolfen that like jumped on Bertie, right? And they did like 10, 20 wounds to him. He dies once, even if the overspill is like 19 wounds, whatever. The 90 wounds are wasted, and he just gets back up with another wound. He gets back up. He gets back up with his wound restored and 1 point of luck taken away. So you have to do 4 separate kills on Bertie with 4 separate units. So he is literally like, he gets knocked down, he gets back up again, knocked down. He starts with 3 points of luck, goes down, gets up. That's 1 point of luck spent. And then again, and then again, and then finally on the 4th time he'll die. So he just won't go down. He just won't go down. The big thing, of course, though, there's 2 ways of using Bertie. You can just use it. I mean, on its own, that's really powerful. Because think about the objective holding potential of this guy. Remember, in Konflikt 47, objectives are yours until you've been completely cleared of them. There's no objective control or anything like that. Luck is not on a 4+ Telerombus. No, sirree. No, sirree. So, this guy, if this guy's on an objective, your opponent has to kill him 4 times before there's a chance to flip that objective away from you. He's like, just using him as the unkillable droid is actually perfectly powerful on his own. And then you've got the fact that luck has a second function. Not only does it act basically as like super wounds, but you could also spend luck to reroll any dice. Any dice. Doesn't matter. And not in a certain radius of Bertie either. And I think you can even reroll a reroll. It's like the only time you can do it as well. So Bertie can either be basically 3 command point rerolls that you can just, once he's burned them, and then if he dies, you don't care. Or he can be an absolute nightmare for getting off objectives. But either way, he's really cool. He's cool as a concept. He looks cool in terms of the model, just looks amazing. And and his on tabletop possibilities are amazing as well. I mean, if you're wondering why he's got like a different colored leg and stuff, he keeps having to like repair himself because he keeps dying, but not really. So he keeps like going down, but then getting back up again. But obviously, whenever he gets damaged, he has to repair himself. So that's why he's like nicked a leg from a different Mark 1. That's why his legs are all wrapped up and stuff. Yeah. But like, it's really cool. And that's why he has a backpack of spare parts. He's a bit of a cannibal, to be honest. Bertie of Theseus. Yeah, he's like Wally. He's World War II Wally. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And there's his sprue. Look at that. I know what we're all thinking. Every Warhammer player who's built a character kit in the last 6 years is thinking the same thing here. Why is that leg not in 2 parts? Why is the cloak not in 3 parts? Bear in mind, this is in plastic, by the way. Bertie isn't a Warlord resin kit. He's plastic, as far as I'm aware. Yep, there you go. So he's actually in plastic. I mean, how is Warlord Games producing a character like this, and it's not in 1,000 different pieces? I don't get it. I like. Here's the thing. This is actually calling things into question. Is that like, and the price is half the price of a GW character. 8-part mini, absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, wait, is it even 8-part? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 6 parts for Bertie, and then 2 of the parts are his base. The wire on the back isn't separate. Yeah, this wire isn't in 3 bits, guys. It's just 1 bit. Wait, are you saying I could do some kit bashing with him? Yes, you could. His head is separate, so if you want to do a head swap. So you could do, if you want to, you could like do Bertie's Italian holiday and head swap him with like a Bersaglieri gladiator helm, if you wanted to. Or you could be like Bertie's American cousin and give him like a GI helmet, if you wanted to. Like, you could, yeah. You could give him a Calgar head. You could have B for Calgar. I know it would be C for Calgar. I don't know what's funnier, C for Calgar or B for Calgar. I don't know. Someone right now should, whoever has got some decent AI or Photoshop skills, should do a C for Calgar and change it to Calgar's head and then change him to like being blue or something. There you are. But yeah, I think B for Calgar's funnier. You could give Bertie a slouch hat if you want to have Bertie's Australian cousin. Bertie's got many cousins from all around the world. Whatever army you want a South African army, you want a South African Bertie, 8th Army Bertie, Indian Bertie, B for Burma Bertie. There you are. B for Bertrand, his Canadian cousins, well known for doing war crimes. Exactly. You could whatever you want. There you are. You can literally whatever kind of Bertie you want, you can do it because it's made out of plastic. He's in about fucking 6 parts, and we all know how far a head swap goes. I mean, I was showing these guys off earlier today, but this is just a German winter infantry kit guy with a gas mask head put on and a different paint scheme, and it completely changes the look of the model. Yeah. Let's have a look. So there we are. So B for Bertie is awesome, and I know a lot of people are very, very excited for him. And I think the thing is, at 12 quid, you'll 12 quid is like a reasonable amount to pay for a named character. Like, I think that's all right. I really like B for Bertie, and I definitely will be getting. I mean, honestly, I'll be getting all of this, to be honest. Now, speaking of automated infantry, we should have a look at the new Mark 1 automated infantry. So these Mark 1, this is the third Mark 1 infantry kit. Well, technically fourth Mark 1 infantry kit we've had. But this is the first proper one. So back in the darkest days of Konflikt 47 version 1, you had two automated infantry kits. One with three actually, technically, because you had the automated infantry that came in the starter army that had like 4 MMGs and 1 HMG. And then you had the automated infantry with MMG standalone box, automated infantry with HMG standalone box. But all of these models were metal, and they were probably the worst models to build ever. And I mean, I'm talking insanely, infamously bad. Then with the launch of Konflikt version 2, Warlord updated the Mark 1 infantry and they updated them in a number of stylistic ways, but they were pretty similar, to be honest. But they came in Warlord resin, and Warlord said to us that this was always going to be a stopgap measure. They were just producing them in Warlord resin because they wanted to have every army available at the beginning of the launch, but they had to basically use all the different production things at their hands to be able to make that happen. But they were very clear. They said these guys will be coming in plastic, so if you want to hold off. If you want to get them now, you can get them now. That's fine. And so they have now released the plastic Mark 1 infantry. And there's a few new bits in here. So firstly, the HMGs and the MMGs now come in the same kit, which is awesome. We've also got some new head designs as well. Like this guy with the sort of rangefinder on the side of his head is new, which is awesome. And the big thing is that they are now half the price. So it used to be 5 Mark 1 automated infantry for 30. Was it 30 quid? It was 30 quid. Now you get 10 for 37. So it's kind of like the Ursus situation. And it's kind of like the Totem Core situation and so on and so forth. So basically, you now get 10 of these guys for 37 quid. Now, some of you might be thinking, isn't that like GW prices? That seems, it seems better, but it still seems like I'm paying like 40 quid for 10 models. Like GW, I spent like 45 quid for like 10 intercessors, right? So the thing is that these are quite elite troops. You can spam them to a certain degree, but a Mark 1 infantry with a simple upgrade of having an HMG is 45 points. So one box of these guys is 450 points, and that's like a third of your list because you play at 1,500 points. So there's definitely an element of, look, not only are these cheaper like internally, like from with where they were metal and resin and all that kind of stuff. Not only has the promise of plastics equals cheaper being kept, but also you're looking at the fact that these are still externally, looking at other game systems, still a very points dense unit. So yeah. So these guys are looking really good. Now we've got some pictures here, including of the sprues. It looks like, if you look, it looks like the models are a bit different. So if you notice, this guy here looks a little different to this one here, like from the back. I wonder if that's because these are basically, they've reused the photograph of the resin ones here. But this is what they actually like. Should we go take a look at the sprues and be able to see the parts there? Yes, that is the case. So they just reused the photograph before, but you can see how they go together. So they're pretty simple models. It's 2 arms, and I don't actually know what this bit here is, to be honest. Is that a hand of some variety? It's 2 arms, 2 legs, body, head, gun, from what I can see. But I'm kind of curious about what this bit is. Like maybe a hand if you want to do some You don't need the hands, though. The hands are molded onto the weapons. Are they all molded onto the weapons? Maybe so. Maybe some of the hands are not molded onto the weapons, which is a good thing. Good for conversions. So you can see this MMG here doesn't have a hand molded onto it. So you've got some which are and some which aren't, which basically means if you want to do some more poses like a Mark 1 with a gun in one hand, but like pointing with his arm with the other hand, you can do that. Yeah. So you don't need to do that because I think there's enough weapons here for you to have them all with hand on gun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. So it looks like 5 of the weapons come with the hands molded on, and 1 of the weapons per type come without the hands molded on. So if you want to have some more dynamic pointing and stuff, you can do that. Yeah, there you are. But you get the HMGs and the MMGs here. If I was to have one small criticism of the kit, they still have the legs separate to the body in the really, like, awkward fashion. But I don't think it's going to be a problem for them now they're in plastic. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a problem now they're in plastic. I think when they were in metal, the connections were too fine and the parts were too heavy that they just were a nightmare to put together. So, even when resin, you didn't have the heaviness issue, but you still had the, like, you've got to use super glue, so you've got to, like, line all the parts up really, really quickly. I think now that they're in plastic, even though it's kind of funny that they've kept the same part breakdown, I think it won't. I don't think there'll be any problems. Yeah, going forward, I think they'll be all right. That's my suspicion anyway. Now, it looks like, looking at this sprue here, I mean, am I crazy or are there 10 robots on one sprue? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, there's only 10 legs. Ooh, wait a second. So there's 10 bodies, but only arms and legs for 5. And 8 heads. So, oh wait, are they dual part bodies? Are they dual? Oh, they're dual part bodies. I was going to say maybe there was a potential for some 3D printing, but they're in 2 parts. Okay, that makes sense. All right. I thought they'd got all 10 guys on like one sprue, but it'll be 2 sprues with the ability to build 5 guys off each sprue. But you also get 10 weapons. So you can choose to give them all HMGs or to give them all MMGs. And it's kind of funny because if you, as a Brit player, you might actually want those spare HMGs to upgrade like vehicles and to make HMG heavy weapon teams out of and stuff. So it's actually very welcome that you get that all the different bits. Yeah, awesome. So the new Mark 1s look great. We've also got new Mark 2s, and ayo, something big is being shown off on screen right now. What is this fella right here with the big fucking gun, the big laser gun, or the big death ray? So, this is something I wanted to tell you guys about for like 3 months. Damn this NDA. Damn this NDA. This is something I've wanted to tell you guys about for ages. Budget Necrons? Yes, this is Necrons at home. This Tesla model here, I think, is going to be really, really valuable for a lot of Brit players. Because one of the issues the Brits have is they don't have a huge amount of affordable ignores cover. You've got the Cromwell T, but that's quite expensive. And you've got the Percival, which is also quite expensive. But you don't just have like, oh, I just want to chuck like a light. I just want to chuck like a Tesla cannon into a unit. You don't have like the the Greyhound that the Americans can get and stuff like that. So you struggle to have affordable ignores cover. But Mark II robots, I mean, they're expensive, relatively speaking, but it's a cheap-ish upgrade to go from like an autocannon to a light Tesla cannon. Does it pretty much replace the AT cannon team? What you mean? You mean for like the AT cannon, like the normal human one? I don't think so, because this is a light Tesla cannon, and the Tesla A team Brits, the Tesla AT team is a heavy Tesla cannon. So this is a light Tesla cannon. But hey, as someone who used a Tesla Greyhound this weekend, let me tell you, light Tesla's fine. If it's affordable, it's fine. And this is going to be a much more affordable way of doing it than getting a Percival. Because most people were already taking a lot of Mark IIs anyway. Now you want to take even more of them. This is a somewhat controversial opinion. But I think Mark II spam incoming. Just going to say it. I think Mark II spam incoming. I think Mark II robots. I think taking a maxed out squad of Mark II robots with, I presume it's going to be, as pictured here, 2 light autocannons, 1 heavy autocannon, and a Tesla cannon, is going to be a handle anything unit. Even like, oh, how do I deal with Schreckwolfen? You just stack enough fucking wounds on them. Yeah, and even now you can ignore cover with this with the guy with Tesla cannon. Yeah, it will give them 2 dice Sparrow person. Sorry, it will do. Now I don't know if we've seen the sprues for these ones yet. Let's have a look. I don't think we have we? No, so what I want to know, and I don't know, what I want to know is this: how many Tesla cannons do you get in the box, and how many can you take in the unit? Now, minimum I think is going to be 1, because right now you can take 4 robots in a squad, but you can only take 1 heavy autocannon. So minimum I think is going to be 1. But I think there could be a possibility of 2. If you can take 2 Mark IIs with light Tesla cannons, huge. Huge. Massive. Oh, man. But even if not, the loadout that you see on screen here is going to be almost good enough. Yeah. This solves, so this is one, it doesn't single-handedly solve it, but this is one more tool in the toolbox for the Brits to deal with like hard to kill things that are in cover. And if you get into point blank, and remember, Schreckwolfen have to choose between being tough or being fast. A unit of Mark IIs getting into point blank against Schreckwolfen is going to, if the Schreckwolfen haven't got cover, I mean, you're looking at 4 shots hitting on 2s with the light autocannons. That's 4 hits. And then wounding on 5s. So let's say a wound there. Another wound or 2 from the heavy autocannon. And then the same again from the Tesla. Just like And then you guts them and they do it again. Yeah, Mark 1s and Mark 2s are just going to be like, oh, you're a surging Shrek Wolf now. Yeah, no, that's okay. We can handle that. We're all pen 2 or higher at this point. Yeah. Well, I suppose the Tesla guy's pen 1, but still. But yeah, very, very, very helpful model. Very, very helpful tool. And absolutely going to be a way for the Brits to now deal with enemy heavy hitters, which is fantastic. But wait. There's more. There's even more. I mean, I don't. Can we even handle it? Can we? I think we can handle it. We've got 2 more reveals. The first, the first one of the 2 is probably alongside Bertie the biggest thing to get released with these reveals. Woo, mama. I wanted to tell you guys about this for ages. I've had so many people be like, oh man, I wish I could run an all-robot army. Guess what? You can. You can now run an army with the British that has 0 organic meat bags in it. You can go fully automated. Fully automated. Praise be to the machine. Praise be to the Necrons. Praise be to the Admech. The flesh is weak. Ever since I understood the weakness of flesh, I have despised it. Or whatever he says. Yeah. So this is the Mark II IC, the Mark II C automated director. So C I think stands for command. 1 second. And you can use him to take a fully automated army if you want. Now remember, you don't have to take a fully automated army. You can take an automated army, or you can take a meatbag army, or you can take a mixture. But I know personally, as someone who's been running, been playing against the Brits, and I've been playing against a lot of Brit players, and someone who's been interested in running the Brits myself, that a lot of Brit players want to go full automaton. Yeah. They really want to go full automaton. And this guy now allows you to do it. And we've got a little bit of a lore on him here. The advanced research into automated systems has yielded results at an entirely unexpected rate, such that production is hardly able to keep pace with new designs coming out of Bletchley Park. In less than a year from the first deployment of the Mark I automated infantry in Belgium, entirely automated platoons are now increasingly independently organized and commanded by automated platoon commanders. These automated directors are based on the Mark II design, with improved computational and radio systems, enabling them to distribute orders to other automated units over a wider radius. Advantages of fully automated platoons are numerous. The avoidance of British human casualties and immunity to ever more deleterious psychological effects on the battlefields amongst them. However, automated directors lack the imagination of human commanders and are somewhat limited to enacting the tactics and orders pre-programmed into their systems prior to battle by dedicated British engineers. So I don't know if that I think that's just flavor text. To be honest, I think that's just flavor text. It might be maybe you're somewhat limited on what orders you can do on a Snap 2 or something, maybe, but I doubt it. I think that's just flavor text. However, I do think that this maybe is not flavor text, and that these are probably able to do a Snap 2 over a wider radius. Because you got to think, what would an automated commander like do? He's not going to give out a leadership buff because you don't need to take leadership tests or order tests with robots. So it's got to be that he just has a wider Snap 2 bubble. Yeah. The big thing is that this guy's in plastic, which I did not expect them to do the characters in plastic, I'll be honest. But I'm not against it at all. Plastics. I love this guy. He looks... Oh, wow, you can see the sprue. It's funny. He's in more parts than Bertie is, but he still looks like a piece of piss to put together. These bits go together, front and back. Well, back and front of leg, back and front of leg or arms. Yeah. Oh man, so cool. So easy to build. Yeah. I'm a massive, massive fan of this guy. I am a huge fan of more Brit robots. I'm a huge fan of this guy from a vibe aesthetic, being able to go full send on the robots. And I also really like him from a tactical perspective because I think it's going to offer Brits more. Again, he's got a Tesla gun, so that's some ignore cover right there. I think he's going to give Brits more options to start dealing with these hard to kill things dug into cover. I mean, think about this for a moment. The Brits have now got grenadiers, which have got a Tesla rifle. They've got an officer, which has got a Tesla rifle. And they've got a robot commander with a Tesla cannon. And they've got the Mark IIs, where one of them can take a Tesla cannon. So we're getting a lot of man-portable Tesla in the British Army. And you got to think about these guys having computational systems and everything. So I do think that we're getting the Brits are getting a lot of tools. And I know that many of you British players have been worried about things like Schreckwolfen and Ursus and all that kind of stuff. And I know that this doesn't completely solve your problems because, of course, they could always go to surging and all that kind of nonsense. But I think that I was saying this to people in the Discord. I was like, just wait for the reveals. You're going to start seeing that Warlord is going to start giving you the tools that you need in the toolbox. They're going to be taking steps in the right direction. You're going to be seeing it. You're going to be loving it. And I think that if you're a Brit player right now and you're seeing these new Mark IIs and Bertie and the Mark II officer, I think you're looking down and going, okay, yeah, this has got a lot going for it now. I've got a lot more I can work with now. A lot more. Now, the last thing to mention is the bundle. The bundle deal, which looks really good. So this is the automated infantry platoon, and you get 2 Mark IIs, 10 Mark Is, and you get the commander. Now, I'm not sure if you would buy multiples of these, but it does seem like a very, very good deal. I mean, it's... How many pounds of the models are you getting? Let's have a look here. So, the bundle is 50 quid. You're getting 37 quid. You're getting half of 37 quid because of the 2 automated infantry rather than 4. You're getting 37 quid for the Mark I robots. And then you're getting the commander as well. That is £72.50 worth of models that you're getting for 50 quid. It's like, it's nearly 33% off. It's about 30% off. That's pretty good. That's pretty bloody good. You're saving £22.50. You're saving more than just getting the Mark IIs for free in there, Dexion. You're saving more than that, man. Now, so this is a very good deal. And again, with this being a Warlord deal, it's not FOMO. You know, it's not going to go away anytime soon. It's just buy it now, buy it later, buy it whenever you see it, buy it whenever you want, whenever you can afford it. Do you know what I mean? But the big thing for me is look at the contents. we didn't see the sprues of the Mark IIs. But here we can see 2 of them. And one of them's got a light Tesla cannon. Now that implies that you're going to get that each sprue of Mark IIs can do 2 guys. Each sprue is therefore going to probably have 2 light autocannons, 1 Tesla cannon, and 1 heavy autocannon. And if that's true, then there's a chance that the weapon options for the automated robots gets changed, where you will be able to take 2 heavy auto, you can take 4 light autocannons, or you could take 4 robots with 2 heavy autocannons and 2 Tesla cannons. You might be able to upgrade them all. It is always just good. 2 weapons per sprue, 2 sprue per box, all the support. Well, that's very good. So that looks like to me like you might be able to get 2 light Tesla cannons in your Mark II squads going forward when they update the army list for them. And double light Tesla cannon automated infantry is going to be amazing. Like that would, I think that truly solves one of the big problems the Brits have, which is affordable ignores cover. Yeah. So I love this. So call me a warlord ball washer, call me a shill, but you can't call me a liar. I think every single part of this reveal is 10 out of 10. I mean, plastic Ursus with a big bundle, cheaper infantry basically across the board. Promises made, promises kept, plastics. I love it. Every single thing. The only problem I have is that I want every single thing here. So my wallet is going to be... it's going to be crying. It's going to be like, no, Daddy, stop. I'm like, I'm getting the belt. I'm beating you harder. You need more models. We're going to need more models. Yeah. There you are. What do you guys think? Bertie might be a clanker, but he's my clanker. Pre-order him for my boy B for Calgar. B for Calgar, fuck's sake. Oh man. Yeah. So dude, I'll call you a ball washer because it takes one to know one. Yeah, baby. Love that. Ball washers unite. Sprig, step aside, GW. Warlord showing how it's done on all fronts. I think so. I actually have a little... It's only a little bit of fun... Little fun thing. But... Apparently, Adepticon... Well, Warlord Games has got a display table and a stand at Adepticon, like they do every year. But they have, like, display... Apparently, they sent the... They sent the team out to do some demos at Adepticon, but apparently some of the GW guys came over and were very nice and complimentary about Konflikt 47. So they weren't horrible. They were very professional but very complimentary. And I think that's I've got respect for GW on that front. And do you know what I think that is? I think that's game recognizing game. I think that's what it is. I think that's GW being like, okay, you want to run the big boys now? All right. Welcome to the big boy club. Which would be kind of cool if that was the case. That'd be very cool. All right. If only I could tell you what's in store for the other factions. They are cooking. I mean, Spriggs, you can send it to me in DMs. Literally, you can tell me anything because I can't share it because of this damn NDA. Cyrillic dude, buttering the Warlord guys so they can fix Warhammer 12th edition. Oh, man. Yeah. Just going over to go like, hey guys, we need a favor. You're being recalled to active duty. It's like, I don't work for you anymore. I'm retired. Start shop, industrial espionage. They're trying to find out how to make a not terrible game. I know. It's funny. A lot of what we've seen for 11th edition 40k looks very good, but it's all very vague at the moment. Like, we know some very vague little bits, and there's such a possibility that it all goes to shit. The devil is in the details. Yeah. Now, we've got some super chats here. Let's catch up on those, and then let's get to the next thing that we want to look at, which is going to be the rules. Because we've had some rules reveals today. What have we got here? Thank you for your patience, for everyone who's waited for me to get to your super chats. John Shepherd, thank you for super chat, man. Picture in stream discussion of my work in progress on the Vulcan. All right, let's have a look. Oh, here we go. Working on the Mackay's Vulcan. I primed white, then a dark brown wash, then a heavy dry brush over a brush of sand, covered tracks of mud, weapons pick out next. Nice. Coming together. It's coming together. I love that, man. That looks like it's been plowing through the trench lines of Krieg for a while now. Love that, man. Excellent stuff, sir. You've done a good job on that. Looking very, very Kriegy and guardy and muddy, and that's exactly what you want. What do we got next? Trooper number 2102. For king and country, I do my duty. For king and country. I love it, man. Trooper, thank you for the super chat, man. Trooper, thank you for the other super chat as well. But, Timmy, without numbers on this fruit, how will I know which parts to put together? It's okay. Trooper, it's okay. GW can't hurt you now. It's all right. We've had loads every single time. It's funny because I know you're just taking the piss. But literally today I had someone in the Discord like, I really want to get these bundles, but do we know how long they're going to be available for? And it was like, no, they're permanently available. They're like, and they were like, wait, what do you mean they're permanently available? It's like, yeah, there's no FOMO. Like, if you can't afford the automated bundle, the automated platoon, then just get it later. It's fine. Like, like people just can't get that. People, they just can't get their heads around it. They're like, what? What? Yeah. You can just keep selling it. There's nothing that's going to... You know that new Imperial Guard battalion that's going to get scalped to shit? It's just... You don't need to worry about that. Like, that doesn't... Well, that doesn't need to happen, I should say. You do need to worry about it, but that doesn't need to happen. Yeah. Yeah. How long do you think it'll take to come out after the box set? Which one, Aiden? Which one? The 11th edition thing? The battalion? Or... Yeah, which one? Or was it a K-47 thing? Yeah. So yeah, Trooper, we don't need to number every single part. Here's the thing, I don't even mind if Warlord does number all the parts on the sprue, but you don't really need it. Yeah. Oh, like the new vehicles for the Guard. Oh, I don't know, man. It's a good question. I mean, I think you'll get... I think normally it's between a month and 3 months. But it can vary massively. Like, I think the Tau ended up waiting like 2 or 3 months for their bundle to come out standalone. Their units come out standalone from the Croup bundle, but then sometimes someone's saying it was 2 weeks, so not sure. But I'd say minimum 2 weeks, possibly a couple of months. Yeah. All right, Trooper, I love it, man. Average White Shark, thanks to Super Chat, man. New kill team gives us back the old infantry squad heavy weapon team. It does. Yeah. The new guard kill team basically gives us the old infantry squad back. Now they just need to make it battle line, and we're back. We're back. There you are. Mr. Lackey, thank you for super chat. Let's have a toast, Tim, to our hobbies all seeming to go towards good vibes. Hey, I'll toast that. 2025 was a bit of a funny year. 2026, early 2026 looking a bit funny, but 2026 as a whole is kind of shaping up to be a great year of gain. There's lucky no beer. There is beer in this. This is apparently beer. It looks like piss. It's not. I will admit though, it's not very nice. It's so I for my birthday I got a bunch of I got a like a selection box of different beers from is it Beavertown Brewery? And I've been working my way through them, and some of them are really nice, but I've got to the ones that I was like, I'm not sure what these are going to be like. And this is bad. This is a session IPA, which means that it's only 2.8%. Now, I'm not a raging alcoholic, but I can tell it's not very strong. It's meant to be like, oh, so you can like drink more of them in a big session, and it's like, but I don't want to because it doesn't taste very nice. But on the other end, I've got the next one is the last one in the selection. Well, technically there's the alcohol-free one, but so the next one is the other end of the spectrum, which is 6.8%, which is quite hefty. So we might try that one out tonight as well. Just balance it out in the middle. Go from the weakest to the strongest, like, you know. That's a meal. Yeah. There you are. Yeah, normally I drink beer that's about 5%. 5%'s fairly down the middle. But yeah, 2.8% no. Yeah. He'll lower it below the camera for a minute. It'll come up fuller. Yeah, exactly. All right. What have we got next? Chicken Detonator. Thank you, Super Chat, man. The Arquebusiers, I don't know how you say that. Join the, is it Arquebusiers? Arquebusiers? That's what we'll go with. Arquebusiers join the cloister, gents, in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. 07 lads, men of the cloister, welcome a new regiment, the Crimson Arquebusiers of the Cracked Eggshell. These full-plate veterans, constant advance under their own firepower, will grind apart all enemies before them. Below a painting, Arquebus, us of the Cracked Eggshell. These full-plate veterans, constant advance under their own firepower, will grind apart all enemies before them. Below a painting of the unit, a couple of photos of the models, and my first foray into AI music, their marching song. Nice. All right. Let's have a look here. Hey, that looks pretty cool, man. They look great. Oh, man. That's some handgunners in full plate armor or heavy armor for the, what do you call it? For the Renegade Crowns. Love that, man. That's cool. Shall we give the song a listen to for a second?
The March of the
I like it. That beer is so bad. I'm vibing with it, man. It's cool. It's only got 20 seconds left or so. Nice. That was actually really fun. I look forward to hearing that on like every hobby night going forward. That was cool, man. All right, we got one more super chat here, and then we should get to the rules. Cosmic, thank you for support, man. At the Safe House by Adepticon, pictures in stream discussion. Let's have a look. The Safe House, eh? Got a good place by the con called the Safe House. Ah, fair enough. All right, let's have a look. All right. Propane and propane accessories. Hey, that's the hole right there. Nice. Ooh, what kind of what do we have to drink? Oh, I remember. Didn't you check this place out a few months ago, Cosmic? I feel like I recognized the menu. This looks nice. This looks really decent. Encrypted bites. I love that. Soviet sector. Oh, man, that looks great. That's cool, man. Very, very, very cool. Yeah, I like it. Looks like you had a lot of fun, and looks like... So is Adepticon over now? Or is it still going? I feel like it's the whole weekend, though. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just the Wednesday. Maybe it's just the week. Thanks for Games Called. The Safe House is amazing. Oh man, cool. I didn't know you'd been as well, man. It's good to get. It's good that two people have had a good experience there. It means that when I go to Adepticon, it'll definitely be somewhere that we check out. Yeah, that's cool. But yeah, Cosmic, it looks like it was a really good event. Looks like you had a good haul. Looks like you're having a good chill out now. And Adepticon still going? Oh, nice. So there's even more stuff to come. That's cool, man. That's cool. Well, I look forward to more announcements. Adepticon is like a... Yeah, I haven't been to the new venue, but it looks like people are enjoying the new venue. Yeah, till Sunday? Wow. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. All right. Shall we have a look at some rules? Let me have a look here. So check. Okay, so there's two parts here that I want to have a look at. Okay, yeah. All right, yeah, there's two parts here. So we've got the FAQ, which we'll get to in a moment. But before then, we have got the full rules that have been revealed for the two new starter armies. Not starter armies, two new, well, I guess starter armies like the Totem Core one. But the two new specialized platoons, and one for the Axis and one for the Americans. And if you're wondering where you can find these are available free on the Konflikt 47 website inside the army list. So these are basically your codexes, right? So if you scroll up here, you can see that the Axis this is your codex. Got your bit of lore, got your rules, and then you've got your special platoons, and after that you've got the units. Now, a lot of this has actually already been covered in other live streams and stuff, and also in what Warlord themselves have revealed. But this is the first time that we've had like the full thing available, the full rules available. They're in the app and everything as well. So you're good to go with all of your rules now. And you can see that this new Totem Rotter platoon, I mean, you can use it as a, you can use it as just an extra platoon to support your existing army. But I think a lot of people are going to end up just running this as a platoon that is your whole army. Because you've got so many so many slots. You've got a lot of minimum that you have to take. And you've got so much you can max it out on. So you have to take a Totem Rotter platoon commander or von Zergling, sorry. And then you have to take two Totem Core squads and two Naxxairs. Now, each Naxxair is like 155 points. Each Totem Core squad is like 126 points. So you've got 300 points there, plus another 250. Well, more than over 300 points, over 310 points, and then 262 points. So you're looking at 782 points, and then the platoon commander, unless you want to go for von Zergling, who you very well may want to. So it's a buy-in. It's close to a buy-in of like minimum. You're probably looking at like 800 plus points easily. How much is the Totem Rotter commander? $40. So it's like a 900 and just about a 900 point minimum buy-in. I think no, maybe not. No. I've got that wrong. It's 155 plus 155 plus what? 600 point minimum buy-in. Sorry, 126 plus 40. 600 point minimum buy-in. Sorry. So 600 point minimum buy-in for this platoon. And so I feel for a lot of people, what they'll probably end up doing, and I fully support this as well, because it's probably what I'm going to end up doing. But, you know, there is definitely an element of Konflikt is a vibe game. If you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound kind of thing. And I feel like the Totem Rotter platoon really benefits from the more you put into it, the more you get out of it. Like, because if you don't Yeah, if you just got like 2 minimum squads of Totem Core running around, it's like, oh, like what? Okay, I guess that's all right. But the fact that you can get another 3 Totem Core squads, the medic, the shock troopers, even more Naxxerers, you can get loads of platoon, loads of transports in the platoon. I mean, personally, when I see this, I'm thinking I'm probably gonna. But if I'm going Totem Rotter, I'm going all in on Totem Rotter. The only thing I might do to try and, the only weakness of this style would be some long range fire support. So maybe I would take an armored platoon on top of this and shove maybe a couple of Grav Pumas in there. Maybe. But even then, I might just accept the fact that I am going to be just going all in on this platoon. Yeah. So so for me, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, yeah, let's make a whole army out of this, and it's easy enough to do. So I don't know who sent me the list. I think it might have been Tom mentioned it in passing, but he built a total roster list that was like 48 zombies, then Von Zergling with his zombies, then like 3 Naxxerers, and that was like 1,500 points. And it was like, oh shit! So you just bought the Totem Rotter plus Von Zergling starter army, and you had a full 1,500. Leslie's like, yeah, pretty much. So you could definitely. Yeah, you can definitely get a full army out of this very quickly and very easily, and pretty much all in plastic. Yeah. So the new Totem platoon looks awesome, and you've got a very. Here's the thing: it's not a wide selection of units, but it's a very deep selection of units. So you don't have a wide selection; it's very prescriptive on what you can take. Like, it doesn't say, oh, these are the minimum, and then you can take 0 to 3 armored vehicles after that. It's like, no, you're getting Totem Core, Naxxerers, and special, and like that's basically it in the entire platoon. That's basically it. So it's so it's not got a wide selection of units, but it's got a very deep selection considering how many unit choices you can get in here. I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 11. 14, and then 15, and then a transport per infantry slot. I mean, there's probably like 20 plus units that you could cram into one of these full strength platoons if you wanted to. But obviously you'd go over 1,500 points before you achieve that. But yeah, it's a lot of meat you can get into one platoon, and I think most people will end up with, if you go in Totem Rotter, it's going to be the vast majority of your army, and maybe season with something else, but maybe not. Yeah. Now you do get one of the things that you get for taking a Totem Rotter platoon, which is much more specialist over something like an assault platoon, for example, because you might say to yourself, well, why wouldn't I just take an assault platoon? It's more flexible and has less mandatory buy-in, and that's very true. The assault platoon is more flexible and has less mandatory buy-in. So there's absolutely a place for Totem Core outside of the Totem platoon. 100% there is. The reason you go Totem Rotter, and the reason you might go all in on it, is to maximize the efficiency of the special rules that this platoon gives you. So, and these rules only affect units inside the platoon. So if you take this platoon and then try and take like an assault platoon with some Totem Core in it, the assault platoon Totem Core don't benefit from these special rules. So the first one is really powerful. Totem Core units, if they're in range of a Totem Core commander or a medic or a Naxxerer from the same platoon, lose the limited intelligence special rule. This means that they can score objectives. This, on the one hand, this is a real double-edged sword. On the one, but in a good way. It's in the way of it makes players make choices, and that's good. Not in a, oh, this is shit, it's going to blow up in your face kind of double-edged sword. This is really good because on the one hand, it solves Totem Core's biggest weakness, which is they can't take objectives. And considering most missions involve objectives, that's pretty bad. But It also means you have to stay close to your platoon commanders and your Nachzerers, which means that you probably won't be infiltrating your zombies at that point. Because if you infiltrate them, you're going to be over 6 inches away, so you're not going to be benefiting from these special rules. And so that means you can't infiltrate onto the objectives and now score them. And on the big thing about this is it's very Tyranid-esque, because if your opponent goes for your essentially synapse creatures, your commanders and your medics and your Nachzera, if they die, then you lose access to your rules. And then you've got the other one where if you change your exhausted penalty to none, which is huge because it means you can respawn and still charge someone. So this is big, and it's very. These are two very, very powerful rules, but having to stay within 6 inches of the various command and control units means that you're going to be shambling up the board very slowly, but very inexorably. The other option is you're going to want a lot of trucks, but the more trucks you take, the more you thin down the horde. So it's tricky, right? So this looks like a really strong platoon, but I think it's going to be a lot more manageable than people suspect. And it's going to have a lot more pros and cons than people suspect. Yeah. So I like this. We've also got von Zergling in here now. Now we did go through his rules in excruciating detail in a previous stream when my NDA allowed me to, but we'll quickly go through them now. So he's 100. Oh no, I couldn't tell you guys how many points he was. So he's 121 points, which is pretty bloody affordable. He's not expensive, even slightly. But he has no guts. And he's not that hard to kill. Unless you give him his Totem Core bodyguard. Which I think his Totem Core bodyguard is mandatory. Because otherwise, he's literally like a couple of... I mean, he's literally a couple of wounds away from just dying. Because he's only got 1 point of luck. But how much is his full maxed out, him and his bodyguard? 247 points. So he's in line with the other characters. If he joins the Totem Core, he does become as slow as a Totem Core. He can't go to transport. He does get a couple of attacks in combat. He is fearless. He causes horror. Medical implements. This is where he can kill people in combat and bring them back to his unit. So he only has 2 attacks. If he kills someone in combat, he has to roll a 4+. But if he manages it, then he adds a Totem Core to his squad. And that can put his unit above its original starting strength. So it's powerful, but when you think about it, it's like it's 2 attacks. Followed by a 4+. I think every other combat, and he doesn't have a lot of native pen. I think he might add a zombie or 2 to the unit. But yeah, it's not his unit either. Like, so if his Totem Core killed them, that doesn't help. It's just him specifically. Specialist medic. Now here's the big one. This is whoo baby. This is the real reason why you should be worried about the Totem Core horde, in my opinion. When De Untermann's unit or a friendly Totem Core unit within 6 inches of De Untermann, remember he's on a 40 mil base, so that extends the range a little bit. Takes damage for a ranged attack, roll a d6. On a 6, that damage is ignored and does not inflict a casualty. Furthermore, friendly Totem Core within 6 inches of De Untermann lose limited intelligence. That's fine. But That is a 6-up feel no pain. Unlike, now you do get medics in bolt action normally, but they only work on weapons that don't have pen. The specialist medics still work on pen weapons. Now, sure, you're fishing for 6s, but it's another layer of durability. So now these motherfuckers can respawn, and they've got a 6-up feel no pain as well. Why won't you die? Why won't you die? Yeah, specialist medics are going to be quite good. But the big one, all this shit is nice to have. Oh, fishing for 6s. Oh, occasionally you might get a free zombie. But the really big shit is his actual rift abilities, which is basically, not only does he respawn guys in his squad, but he can also respawn guys in other units that are within 6 inches of him. So you know how like Totem Core have got, spend the rift dice, get D6 guys back, but they only have the 1 dice that they come with. Well, Von Zergling means that they can use their own dice, but then if they need to respawn again, if they're within 6 inches of him, he can use one of his dice to respawn them. So it means that basically you don't have to like rift mastery his dice away onto other units. He could just sit there being like, "Arise, my children, arise!" Yeah. And another big one. It keeps happening. It keeps happening. Another big one is that when he is surging, his unit and any Totem Core unit within 6 inches get +1 pen at close quarters, which is fucking huge. And that's cumulative with their own surging bonus. So that means it is possible to have pen to Totem Core. So they're tough, and now they're killy. Surging bonus is the big one. I agree, Random Rich. Now, probably most zombies will be pen +1, but there's a chance they'll be pen +2. But remember that it's only when the surging bonus is active, and so there's a chance that, well, there's a big decision actually that needs to be made, which is, do you rift masteries Von Zergling's dice both together at the beginning of the game and hand that pen bonus out? Or if you do, then that's going to reduce your ability to respawn zombies. So you do have to choose between the respawns and the pen in a lot of the cases. Yeah. All right. And then we've got some more. We're not done yet, though. We're not done yet because we've got the new Totenrotter Platoon Commander. For all intents and purposes, this is basically just a shock trooper commander. He doesn't have any special rules or a rift ability or anything like that. He is just a platoon commander in advanced body armor, which basically means he's -1 to wound when being hit by things without pen. Now, you might think, oh, that's a bit rubbish. And it's like, well, he's cheap. He's cheap, and he's a good synapse node, for lack of a better term. He's a good synapse node for the Totenrotter platoon, and he's eligible to be the Hand of the Green Vault as well in that platoon, which can be very helpful for if you want to have Von Zergling surge, and then you have this guy uses free Hand of the Green Vault dice and hand that and then rift mastery that over to Von Zergling. So he looks unimportant, but I think he's going to be surprisingly useful to a lot. I think a lot of people overlook him, and I don't think you should be overlooking him at all. And you could take several of them as well. Yeah. And they don't just have to lead assault total platoons. You can have them in your assault platoon as well, if you wanted to. So yeah, it's just cool to have a. For me, I just like the fact that he's in advanced body armor. If I wanted to run a fluffy shock trooper army, that's what I'd do. We've got the Totem Rotter Medic. He is basic. I mean, 36 points is abysmally cheap. Oh, that is ridiculously cheap. Considering he comes in advanced body armor as well. Oh my god. Yeah. So he basically has the advanced body armor rule and the 6-up feel no pain for Totem Core rule. He's, again, this guy and this guy are going to be really good as cheap synapse creatures for your Totem Rock platoon to make sure your zombies are always getting the army, always getting the platoon special rules. Yeah. So that's really good. And then I think that's all of that stuff. I think the last bit is just the mechs. I presume that they're near the front because they're light mechs. So we've got the Naxera and the Inferno Spinner. So the Naxera is 155 points regular. You're probably not going to take it veteran, to be fair. And we've seen a lot of these rules revealed by Warlord already. But we'll go through it. So it comes with a hull-mounted MMG. So that's 4 shots because it's the Axis one. Damage value 8+ means that it's relatively tough, but it's definitely killable. Dead Medicine. When a friendly Totem Core unit within 12 inches rolls for the Dead Rise again, add 1 to the result. So that means you get D6 + 1 guys back. And within 12 inches, that's a huge fucking bubble. Huge. Massive AoE. Massive area of effect. And no line of sight or anything needed, so potential for you to like hide one of these out of line of sight and project that forward. And it affects multiple units at once. Yeah, it's a really big bubble, and it's a really nice, just passive ability. Yeah. It just does it. You don't have to spend a Rift Dice. It just does it. Medical implements, same as Von Zergling, where you get the plus. You get the ability to add units to bring Totem Core into units where you get to add extra Totem Core to Totem Core units from things that the Naxera kills. Yeah. And it can bring its starting strength above above starting strength. But it's still fairly weak because you're only pen +2 on your arms, and you still have to kill someone and then roll the 4+. So I think I think you might add like each unit this thing attacks, it might kill like one guy and do it, but it's pretty it's a nice to have. It's not that great though. Volatile load is massive. It basically fully explodes. So this is the first time in Bolt Action and Konflikt, I think, that we've seen a vehicle that explodes so much it damages things around it. This is a very sort of old school 40k style rule. The main thing here is the active stability. So rules as written, this is utterly gigafucked broken. I was really hoping that Warlord would have fixed this exploit. I feel like this is almost guaranteed to get FAQ'd in a heartbeat. Let me explain why. When you read through this rule, it seems powerful, but not that bad. If an infantry unit of maximum damage value 6+ without computational system special rule, friend or foe, within 6 inches of the Nax area is destroyed, it may use as enhancement. Exhaust the Nax area's rift die, deploy a new unit of totem core to the battlefield comprising D6 models, as if they were disembarking the Nax area, except that they are deployed with the rift die set to exhausted. This enhancement may only be used once per game turn. So it seems fine. Like, oh, if a unit dies nearby, expend the rift dice, bring back, generate D6 models, and I can only do it once per turn from the Nax area, so it's fine, right? The exploit is it doesn't say that there's no cap on how big the squad that is spawned is. So let's say you take a inexperienced light mortar, 18 points, I believe, and then it dies within 6 inches of the Nax area, and you expend your rift dice, and you get lucky, and you roll your d6, and you get a 6. Suddenly, that 2-man inexperienced mortar crew has become a 6-man totem core squad. It's like each individual body part has become a totem core. What if you take like and I got another one for you. I gotta check this one though. And you might be like, oh well, I just won't shoot the. Except those infantry and mortar teams aren't infantry. They are infantry, man. They are infantry. They're infantry teams. You're definitely split. You are. I can guarantee you, Jocelyn, you're absolutely wrong there because light mortar team stuff can take objectives and whatnot. Infantry and artillery. Yeah. Now there's one thing I want to check here, and this could be very evil. This could be utterly evil, but also hilariously fun. Gentlemen, your opponent may go, well, I just won't shoot that light mortar then. You don't need to wait for your opponent to kill your mortar team. I have just checked it. The gravity pulse rift weapon ability. When executing a fire or advance order, a unit with gravity pulse weapons can opt to exhaust a rift die to generate a gravity pulse effect. This uses the 3-inch diameter template. Place template anywhere within range and line of sight of the projector. Note, a line of fire is not needed. Then roll to hit each model underneath it with the number of shots indicated for the weapon. If a vehicle model is hit by multiple shots with the gravity pulse, add the pen values together and roll for damage. Cover saves and benefit down do not benefit. It doesn't say, because you're not targeting a unit. You're not targeting a unit, so you just happen to target a point on the ground where your light mortar resides. and then you splash them. Zebte says the FAQ says you have to target a unit now. Ah! I was like, the execution Vogel was going to become very mandatory. An inexperienced Vogel spinner. See, I was going to take an inexperienced Vogel spinner and then a heavy weapons platoon consisting of like 5 inexperienced light mortars and an inexperienced platoon commander. And then every turn is like, splat, generate zombies, splat, generate zombies, splat, generate zombies, splat, generate zombies. Oh. Oh, man. Yeah. I have one other question, though. What happens if one infantry squad dies in range of 2 Naxxeras? If infantry of max die value 6+ without the conscious better rule, friend or foe within 6 into the Naxxera is destroyed, it may use enhancement, exhaust the Naxxera's rift die, deploy a new unit of totem core to battlefield comprising of D6 models. So what if I have 1 unit die in range of 2 Naxxeras and they both use corpse harvest? Can I generate 2 units of zombies? Or do I just generate 1 unit? Only 1, the gentleman's game? Now, here's the thing. I'm not going... That's exactly how I'm going to play it as well. Look, here's the thing. I'm going to play this as... If my unit dies, I get to generate D6 models, and I think it does need FAQing that you can't generate more models than existed in the unit that died. Because otherwise, and that's the way I'm going to play it. So it's going to be like, oh, if my light mortar dies and I roll a D6 and I roll like I roll a 3+, it doesn't matter because the unit had a starting strength of 2. Yeah. It just needs to say whatever the starting strength was is what maxes it out. Yeah. So I think this is really good, but I definitely think it needs a little FAQ. Yeah. I definitely need a little FAQ. I'm going to play it very gentlemanly, but I do think that it still needs a little like note. You know, when generating the unit with the Naxxera, it can't generate more models as totem core than were in the starting strength of the unit that just died. So even if they're like, you know, if it's a 2-man squad, even if 1 model died way earlier in the game, it's still, you can get 2 back. It's only 1 because you have to declare which one you're spending the rift die on, and that when that resolves, it's no longer a valid target. I mean, that's how I'd play it, man. Yeah, that's how I'd play it. And then we've got the Inferno Spinner, which is basically the Naxxera, but it's got a pretty decent flamethrower. So it's got a vehicle flamethrower, which is actually a big deal because most mechs up to this point have only had a infantry flamethrower, which is only a 6-inch range. So it's got a 12-inch range, and it gets to reroll the number of hits that it gets, but you don't get to reroll to see if you hit. So you still only fire 1 shot, and if you miss, you miss, and you might run out of fuel. But if you roll the hit and then roll like a 1, you can re-roll the multiplying dice. Yeah. So that's fine. And then that it explodes as well. Yeah. So I was asking, does the New Year Total Core does come with a rift dice, but it's set to exhausted. Yeah. No, the New Year does not get an active rift dice. It gets an exhausted rift dice. All right. And that is all of the Axis stuff. And it's pretty good. But it's very specialist. It's like, it's all zombies all the way. And so for some people, they'll love that. For some people, it's just not going to be for them. Yeah. But we do next have the American stuff. But before we do, I need the toilet. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Talk amongst yourselves. Also, I'll probably do some super chats when I get. I'm going to go to the toilet, do super chats, and then come back. Well, go to the toilet, come back, do the super chats, then do the American rules, then do the FAQ. Boom.
Infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Oh, shit. I'm back, baby. Let's have a look. So, where were we? Oh. All right. So, we were going to look at the Americans, weren't we? Give me more chairs, stream. I think it's starting Konflikt 47. What army should I start with? I only have played 140k. It honestly depends on what kind of playstyle you want to go for. Every army can do pretty much any playstyle. It's not like 40k where things are overly specialized, but certain armies are likely to do certain playstyles better. You like guns? Americans. And also in Konflikt 47. Americans or Brits? So Americans, Brits get the robot infantry, where each guy basically gets a machine gun as standard. So the Brits, everyone's packing a lot of firepower. So the Brits definitely have like a big volume, but the Americans are no slouches when it comes to firepower. They just have they're a little bit more balanced because they also get some half decent combat troops as well. So yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, Americans or British would be my suggestion. All right. Speaking of Americans, we have got the Firefly platoon. Whoa. Similar to the Totem Core platoon. This is something which you can absolutely build your entire army into. You can have it as a support platoon, one amongst many in a balanced list, or you can go, no, I'm just going all in on the whole Firefly drop troop, smash the entire area, kill anything that doesn't believe in FDR kind of vibe. So the minimum buy-in for this is the Firefly platoon commander or Roberta Wells Firefly hero. And then you have to take 2 Firefly squads and you have to take a linebacker. Now, the linebacker is 328 points and the Firefly squads are about 168, I think, each minimum. So you're still looking at like, and then you've got the characters up. It's about a 700 point minimum buy-in. 300 for the linebacker, 320 plus the linebacker, over 320 for the Fireflies, and then similar for the Firefly commander or something. So it's a pretty big minimum buy-in, which is what we're seeing for a lot of these specialized platoons. But I'm okay with that. I think because of the fact you get access to additional special rules, you should have a high minimum buy-in for these, and they should be encouraging you to go all in a certain direction, because specialized armies like this should have like an Achilles heel. You shouldn't be able to have your cake and eat it. So let's have a look at what else you get for the optional units. You can take Firefly Forward Observer or Air Observer, Firefly Medic, another 2 Firefly squads, 2 Firefly Flamethrower teams, which are amazing. Another 0 to 3 Jackal Lightwalkers, another 2 linebackers or 3 Mudskippers. And if you haven't taken Roberta Wells as your mandatory platoon commander, you can take her as as an extra character here. So you look at this and you go, oh my god, all Fireflies, all the way, so overpowered, so broken. Not as such. Firstly, it is possible, I think, for you to put your entire army into reserve in some missions, but in many missions, you can put up to half your army in reserve. So you can't take your entire army, deploy it in reserve, and then basically drop down and gank people. And even if you could, I wouldn't necessarily recommend that you should, because this is in many places, in many cases, an objective game. So if you put a lot of your army in reserve, there's a chance that it doesn't come in when you want it to, because you have to roll that leadership test. And if it doesn't arrive when you need it, you could be in big danger. You've also got the fact that if you just cede a huge amount of the board, well, obviously you can't put your whole army in reserve, but even if you cede a huge amount of the board early on because half your army is in reserve, then by the time your reserves turn up, if it's like a more kill point focused game, well, the enemy's going to be on ambush, or they're going to be in cover, or both. As Aldea says, board control can be hard to wrest back once a guy has it and digs in. Exactly. So even though there's a lot of you could have an entire jump army. I think you can have a very powerful jump army using the Firefly platoon. I think that it's definitely going to be catching a few people off guard, 100%. But I think that there's going to be more to it than that. And the other big one that's important to remember, if you are going down this route of going all in on the Firefly platoon, the other big one is no Paragons or limited access to Paragons. Maybe you chuck an assault platoon in here as well for some Paragons, but that's going to be about 300 plus points. No, 200 plus points. It's about 100 points per minimum size unit of Paragons, and then you've got the platoon commander on top. So if you were to do that, you're looking at minimum buy-in on this is going to be 700-ish points. That's minimum buy-in. And then you're going to have another 200 plus points for, you're looking at 2/3 of your army gone there. And you haven't, that's a lot for two minimum squads of Fireflies, 2 minimum squads of Paragons, and a linebacker. So, yeah, if you go all in on this, you will miss out on Paragons. If you season this with Paragons, it's still going to be, it's going to start watering down the Firefly platoon. So there's definitely going to be an element of what you take in this, how much you commit to this army. I think that a lot of people will want to probably full commit to this, or maybe even take, I think a lot of people will want to fully commit to this because of the special rules. Once per game, you may reroll the result of a regroup in hell for one of the units in this platoon. That's pretty nice. So if you're once per game turn, sorry. So if you get the dreaded double one, quickly reroll that. At the start of the game, before deployment, you may nominate a unit from the platoon. When the chosen unit deploys in reserve using either flight or jump special rules, enemy units that have yet to leave an order within 12 inches may not react by opening fire. Furthermore, the chosen unit has the regroup in hell rift enhancement. It may use it to move again after deploying from reserves using the flight rule. So that's really good. So you've got a once per game, let's not fuck up regroup in hell. Once per game turn, let's not fuck up regroup in hell. And once per game, drop down with impunity. But remember, it doesn't protect you from ambush. It's good, but if someone goes on ambush, you're looking a bit dicey. Now, the big question is, how would I build into this one? Because I think the Totem Core one is so obvious. It's like, take 3 Naxxraras, take Von Zogling, and spend the rest on zombies. Off you go. How would I do it with the Firefly platoon? If I was to fully commit to this, I actually think you do not want to underestimate the Mud Skipper for your anti-tank. Because the Mud Skipper can drop in and get bazookas into the rear arc, which is awesome. And I think you end up with 1 linebacker, and then probably 2 Mud Skippers and a Jackal, and then the rest you're going to probably put on Firefly squads, and you're probably going to want some Firefly flamethrowers, but you might not be able to fit all of that in. If you think about it, 700 points to the minimum buy-in. Mud Skippers like 300, so that's 1,000 points right there. 2 Jackals, that's another 260 right there. At that point, you have got enough probably for Firefly squad and a flamethrower team. So yeah, it's gonna be very tricky to get everything that you want in this list. I mean, I can see people taking a single jackal and a single mud skipper and then putting the rest in some infantry, because you do need your infantry to be able to do objectives and stuff. So it's a very good platoon with some very potent special rules, but I think every unit in here is so points intensive. It's so points intensive that you're quickly going to find yourself, run out of points. I mean, if you went, and that's without even taking Roberta Wells. I mean, I think you end up with Roberta Wells, 3 Firefly squads, a linebacker, a mud skipper, a jackal, and a flamethrower team. And that would come to 1, 2, 3, 4 dice mandatory. Another Firefly squad is 5 dice. A mud skipper is 6 dice. A jackal is 7 dice. And a Firefly flamethrower team is 8 dice. I think this is probably an 8 dice list, which is fairly normal for Konflikt, to be fair. But it's still pretty low on order dice. And there's also the fact that your basic Fireflies are fairly easy to kill. Yeah. It's potent, but has weaknesses. Exactly. The Totem Core list is very potent, but has weaknesses. It's unbelievably drawable, but to get the most out of it, it's probably going to end up being quite a slow list. The Firefly platoon has not a lot of ignores cover, unless because obviously you've only got light Tesla in it. Yeah. It's good. Don't get me wrong. It's good, but it has some weaknesses. Let's have a look at Roberta Wells. So what's cool is we still got. So this Roberta Wells is the model from the open day, and I honestly thought they might get rid of this. I thought they might be like, oh well, we don't sell this model. It was only for the open day, but they've kept it. Good guy Warlord. But this is the Firefly Roberta Wells. Now, in many ways, she's just like this one, but with a Firefly jetpack. So, she is in power armor. That's the biggie. So her lore is that by 1947, she's developed lightweight power armor that can be used by drop troops. Because normally you have to choose between being light enough to go in a drop pack or heavy power armor to be more durable. So she's got experimental light power armor. She comes with a heavy Tesla rifle as standard. She's veteran, damage value 6+ because of the power armor. She's got flight. She's heavy. Now, I was told you should never tell a lady if she's heavy, but apparently Warlord Games didn't get that memo. I know, bad joke. She's resourceful. So she always takes order tests at her unmodified morale value, which is kind of cool. And she has 3 rift dice because she has 1 because of being a Firefly, and she's got 1 because of her Tesla rifle, and she's got 1 because of her rift mastery. So 3 rift dice is pretty heavy. She's then got 3. She's got regroup in hell because she's a Firefly. She's got 2 other active rift abilities. She doesn't have any passive ones, really. Like, just resourceful. So that's kind of a big difference between her and Von Zergling. Von Zergling has just a lot of, I'm just nearby my guys, I'm just supporting them. Roberta Wells is very much like she's using the rift dice. So rift science, at any time whilst executing an order, Roberta Wells may change the facing of an active rift die of a friendly within 12 inches and within her line of sight, or an exhaustive rift die of a friendly within 12 inches and within her line of sight, to active. If the rift science enhancement is used, exhaust 1 rift dice after she completes her order. So this is fucking massive. So she can basically juice up other units. So at any time whilst executing an order, change the facing of an active rift dice of a friendly unit to surging, or an exhausted rift dice to friendly unit to active. Tesla Shermans. Basically, on demand, surging rift dice, Tesla Shermans. Woo! Baby, those Shrek Wolfen ain't gonna know what hit them. So remember, you can take Roberta Wells outside of the Firefly detachment. She can be taken in any detachment. Yeah. Now, here's one for you. Here's one for you. Guts. So, Sherman starts with an active rift dice. Roberta Wells goes, make that surging. And then the Sherman shoots it, surging, goes down to exhausted, and then you use a platoon commander nearby, or she has a point of, to be fair, she has a point of guts. Then she can use a point of guts to put that Tesla Sherman's dice back in the bag. And then she can use another one of her rift dice to change the exhausted dice to active. And then, is it once per game turn? Or is it at any time? Oh, no, wait. Wait. I got to read this again. Whilst executing an order. Oh, my God. Right. Wait. Wait. I'm trying to think. Tesla Sherman. Rift Mastery. One of Roberta Wells' active rift dice onto the Tesla Sherman. So it's got 2. Roberta Wells' rift science. Turn one of those rift dice to surging. Roberta Wells uses her point of guts, puts her dice back into the bag. She activates again, uses her final rift dice to turn the other active rift dice, Tesla Sherman, to surging. And then you have an inexperienced platoon commander next to the Tesla Sherman who goes, okay, first time fire, point of guts, second time fire. Double surging heavy Tesla cannon motherfuckers. Ah. That's I think going to be very helpful. To the Ursus meta that dawns on us with the coming of the plastic Ursus, we might be all right now. It's like buzz, 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 buzz. And you can do that every turn. Here's the thing, you can do that every turn. And don't forget, she's the only character, well, one of only 2 sources of Rift Mastery in the entire American arsenal. More, you'd very like to blow up your own Sherman that way? That's all right. That's okay. We die like men. If you ain't surging, you ain't purging. It's that simple, man. I also quite like the idea of shipping Slammer Samuels and Roberta Wells and making it Roberta Slammer. The old Roberta Slammer. What's his last name? You know, he's called Samuels. So I like Roberta Samuels because you could use Roberta Wells to juice up Slammer Samuels' Tesla Gauntlet. And I feel like there's quite a large innuendo there. How do you think he got the name Slammer? It's old, old Slammer laying down pipe. Oh no. Oh, right. Anyway, point is, you can have Roberta Wells put Slammer Samuel's active power fist up to surging. And I think that when he gets a surging Riptide, I think it could be quite good. And close quarters for as well. Sometimes because he turns to Gauntlet to gain decent modifier to any damage rolls he makes. He also gains tank good special rule. If the result of the first round of close quarters is a draw, Stamina retains these benefits. I suppose it might not be that helpful actually. I don't think he actually gets anything from. Oh, so surging, yeah, surging, so he gets more attacks. Yeah, I knew there was a reason. Because otherwise, he's only got 2 attacks because the heavy Tesla rifle does have an assault mode. So he gets what? Yeah, if you give him Deadly 2 and then assault from the Tesla rifle, he'll have 4 attacks, 1 base, 1 for assault, 2 for Deadly 2, right? I think that's how it works. Have I been playing Japanese assault frame wrong this entire time? Wait. I feel like I'm having a brain moment. How many attacks? Is it? No, Deadly 2 just improves your base value. No. I'm being stupid. I knew I was being stupid. So no, it just takes you from having 1 attack to having 2 attacks. So he has 3 attacks. Yeah, no, I knew I was having a brain moment. So it basically means that he gets an extra attack, which is good. Yeah. So basically, Roberta Wells can give Slammer Samuels a kiss on the cheek, and he fights extra hard to impress the ladies. There you go. To impress the nice, smart lady. There you are. But yeah. So I don't know if that's the best use of Roberta Wells, but I quite like the idea of shipping and making Slammer Wells. Now, the other option you've got is you fuck with other people's Rift dice. So you can change an enemy Rift dice to any side. So you can be like, so against Totem Core, for example, you could be like exhausted, which would limit their spawning capability. But truth be told, I do think that, especially with the new Totem roster platoon and everything, I don't think that's as helpful. The big one is like, that Naxxrail is not going to respawn anyone this turn. Psst. So that's quite helpful. But I think you probably end up using a lot of these Rift dice just so that you're just juicing up your own units. But I will say she has a big weakness, and it's not for Slammer Samuels. Her big weakness is she can't take any friends. Now, she does have 2 points of luck, which is nice. But she's very susceptible to just getting splatted. It's like, bang, splat, gone. So she's good, but there's definite opportunities for her to just get taken out if you're not careful. You don't get 4 attacks base, Revan. You have 1 attack base. Deadly 2 increases your base attacks from 1 to 2. So you get 2 attacks. Yeah. But the point, yeah, Roberta Wells basically flying around being like, you get a Surging Rift Dice, you get a Surging Rift Dice, you get a Surging Rift Dice. That's the way I think you run her. We have also got, by the way, the 1945 version is super cheap, but only does the fucking with other people's Rift Dice. She doesn't give you, make your Rift Dice better. Now, the only other thing that I think's worth looking at here is some of the Firefly characters. So you got the Firefly medic, who does retain the M1X1, but other than that, is literally just a flying medic. He can have 2 friends though, which is nice. Yeah, he can have 2 friends. But I mean, you just keep him I think you keep him fairly cheap. Medic is nice though, but it's not like the Total Core medic, so it doesn't help you versus pen weapons. So he's nice, but not essential. But he's pretty affordable, so that's all right. And then you get the Firefly Artillery Observer, literally just a normal artillery observer with modern communications. I mean, it's funny. The Firefly Artillery Observer kept the Infiltrator special rule. I feel like that's somehow abusable. I just haven't figured it out yet. Yeah. But other than that, it's literally just a artillery observer with a jetpack. Same with the Air Force observer. Yeah. The one we really want to be looking at here is the flamethrower team, because this one is just a bit overpowered. I'm not gonna lie to you. 77 points. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Right. You might be thinking, why am I losing my shit over the 77-point flamethrower team? I mean, it's only a 2-man team, right? It's not such a big deal. I mean, you could take flamethrowers in normal Firefly squads. Yeah, you can, but now, remember, these aren't limited to, well, actually, they probably are limited to the Firefly platoon. That's true. They are limited to the Firefly platoon or the Engineer platoon, so that's okay. So they are limited to the Firefly platoon. So that's all right. The reason why I'm losing my shit over this is because it's quite cheap and it has a very good ability. When a hit, control burn, when a hit is scored with the flamethrower, the Firefly flamethrower team may use enhancement. If it does, it may reroll the d6 to determine how many hits are scored against the target unit. If it does, the firing unit suffers d3 pin markers instead of the usual 1. Additionally, no test is required to determine if the flamethrower runs out of fuel. It is considered to have automatically passed. If this enhancement is used, exhausting its rift die immediately after the shot has been resolved. So you do have to pick between controlled burn and regroup in hell. But the fact that you just get to reroll the number of hits and you just don't run out of fuel is amazing. And you don't have to deep strike this guy. You can do, and you probably will do. But just drop down for 77 points. For 77 points, you just drop down and just flamethrow a vehicle away. My God. Oh my God. This unit right here is probably why you're going to take the Firefly platoon. And this is why you're probably going to take 2 of these in a Firefly platoon. Just drop down and burn, baby. And it's easier to place 2 guys over 6. That's true. The only disadvantage this unit has is that it's 2 guys. It's 2 guys. So maybe it gets intercepted and killed. Obviously, you have the Firefly platoon special rule where you can't intercept 1 unit, probably one of these, but you can still ambush them to death. So yeah, Firefly flamethrowers are really, really, really fucking good. They're really good. I like them because it means you can take a Firefly squad and just give them all M1X1s and just... And I like this because then I can take the flamethrower team. So I got basically the best of both worlds. 2 guys that will turn into 6 zombies. That's a good point. That's a good point, Random Rich. Ooh, pardon me. All right, but that just about covers all the American stuff. I think the Americans and the Axis both made out like bandits. I think that all of the options that we've seen revealed are very good, but I don't think any of them are broken. I think some of them are close on the cusp, but I don't think any of them are broken. I think they're strong, but specialized with their own weaknesses. And now the joy is we get to figure out how to counter them. Anti-Firefly tactics and anti-technical tactics incoming on this channel just as soon as I've had a chance to play against them. There you are. Zed Taylor, ATRDs means they can keep fighting after they run out. True, but they're never going to run out of fuel because you're just going to control burn every time. Yeah. The thing with the Firefly flamethrower team, I suppose, and the control burn thing, I suppose, is they have to survive to be able to take advantage of it. And being a 2-man team, they might drop down, kill a vehicle, and then just die. So it's good, but it's not. The more you think about it, the more reasonable it seems. All right. Now, I think there's one last thing we want to look at here, and this is going to be the FAQ. So let's have a look. Hey, look at this, by the way. I think Warlord's uploaded some new painting guides. I haven't seen this one. Chat will be able to tell me. Were these ones always around? I mean, this looks like it's a new thing. See, it's primed grey. That looks new. Firefly. SBS Firefly. Don't know what the SBS means. White. Matte white spray. Interesting. I think these are new. Yeah, I think these are new, man. That's so cool. I think the Style Trooper one already existed. I think the Style Trooper one already existed, and the Urban Bases one already existed. But the others I don't think existed. How to make an urban base. It's like, cool. Although, to be fair, I shouldn't poo-poo it too much. This is actually pretty helpful. Yeah. All right. Where's the FAQ? Nice. Stuff highlighted. Wow, they've added a lot to it. Cool. Okay. Now, before we get to the FAQ, I am flagging a little bit. I know I'm having a second break. I know I've just had my poo break, but I'm flagging a little bit. So I'm just going to grab a quick snack and then we'll get into it because I don't want to be not excited, not energetic. I'll only be a couple of minutes. I also need to do some super chats as well, which I've not done. So we'll do that. All right. I'll be back in a second. I'm back. I got banana. Let's have a look. Hopefully it's not rubbish. Oh no, it looks alright. It looks nice and ripe. There we are. That's good. Quick banana. Just like Slammer gives to Wells. And then we'll be back on the... Well, we can do super chats whilst we're having the banana. I kind of fell behind the super chats. I didn't mean to. Fuzzrodar, thank you for super chat. Hi, Mordid. I've got into the guard about a year ago and been building steadily while watching videos. I've recently started playing with the Krieg lists and been doing great with your tips. Much love. Hey! Fuzzrodar, thank you so much for your super chat, man. Sorry it's taken me a while to get to you. Glad you've been enjoying the videos. And thank you for your support, man. That's awesome. We've also got Russell W. Thank you for super chat, man. The Legion, Penal/Steel, have a new vehicle in stream discussion. Let's have a look. The Chimero, fresh off the manufacturer on floor. So the Chimero is a real vehicle, which basically has multiple hunter killer missiles attached to it. I think it only ever existed as a conversion done in one White Dwarf done somewhere. But yeah, there you go. I'm loving the legally distinct 3D printed Chimera. Like the track guards being at the back and the turret being a slightly different shape. Oh man, love that. There you go. Deadly, deadly bunny ears. Yeah. There you are. What have we got next? Lower Decks, thank you for super chat. Turnip surprise in stream discussion. Sir, I cooked turnip surprise. It was a wretched day in the kitchen. The servitors refused to work without wine. Their cigarette smoke were making the kitchen a haze of biochemical forms of all drinking, smoking, and swearing at me in French. The kitchen themselves, the less said the better. At least 6 of them asked a day off due to their grandmothers dying unexpectedly. Dark. 2 staff claimed their grandmothers passed in the other grandmother's arms. As this is rolled out, word trickled back in. Apparently, the customers reported a 15% rated diarrhea. I was ready for the brig when in rushed a Dynasty naval ensign. Apparently, 15% drizzling shits is the best result this kitchen has ever had. Hacker voice, I'm in. Infiltration commenced. I told you, man. The turnip surprise. It never lets you down. There you are. All right. What we got next? Civil Logic. Thanks for giving to membership, man. And we've got Butt Mountain. Thank you for super chat. There are currently 2 types of Japanese player in K47. BMWs and GGS. Get good, scrub. One day we'll be unified. Yeah, it is a shame. Right. I mean, I'll save this, actually. I will save this for the... well, I'll mention it now, but you have to hear me say it again when I cover the FAQ in a moment. Basically, the Japanese FAQ has been pushed back to roughly... I can find you a rough time period. May, June. So it's between May and June. So either sort of 2 months from now or 3 months from now. And the reason it got pushed back is because one of the guy who does the balance patches in the K47 team, obviously a lot of people work towards it, but he, it's like he's the head of the K47 team basically. Is the one that like approves them, double checks it, is really involved in the process and everything. And he just hasn't had a day off in a year. Like, he's just been working like kind of like flat out. So he was a little, I don't, it wasn't said, but I imagine he was a little burned out. So he's taken a big holiday, and that's why it wasn't done as part of this. He basically got Festung Europa done and was like, I'm taking time off taking the time off. So that's why it wasn't done. Yeah. It's one of the things, you know, Warlord Games is full of human people. Not corporate drones, but actual humans. And that comes with some great advantages. Customer service. The people there actually playing the game. Being able to talk to them and all that kind of stuff. It's great. But humans also are fleshy meatbags that get tired and need time off. So, yeah. So it's one of those where we get all the advantages of a human team. We also get some disadvantages, being a strong word. Some reality, I suppose, is the right word. The reality of the human team. Alright. I'm done with this banana now. Where's my bin? There it is. Oh. Alright. So, what do we got? So yeah, Butt Mountain. The Japanese aren't in a super strong place right now, but they will get there. I actually was thinking of doing some renegade rules for the Japanese and see how the community felt, but like, you know, kind of like with Old World, but I don't really want to start maybe muddying the waters. So I'll see what I have basically, I know what the rules would be. I just need to write them down basically. But I am thinking about doing a community patch with Japanese until the what do you call it? The official Warlord ones come out. I don't know. I'll let you guys let you guys tell what you think about that. And if you'd want it, or if you'd rather just wait for the Warlord ones. Yeah. What do we got next? Dark Knight Curran, thank you for Super Chat. Wait, hang on. Why are the Cadians on Armageddon? Can't the air on that planet cause your exposed skin to melt off? Nah. The rebreathers were just a fashion statement. No. It turns out you never actually needed a rebreather to fight on Armageddon. That was just the Steel Legion making a fashion choice. They were like, these are really cool looking. We'll wear these. Same with, like, you know, wearing the really thick acid resistant raincoats, because actually the rain doesn't melt the shit out of you, apparently. I'm being facetious. Dark Knight Curran, we all know the answer. Yeah. It's there's been another fuck up. There you are. Denzel Wenzel, thank you, Super Chat, man. Hello, MG. Wonderful stream. Like your opinion on my dwarf list for a tournament I'm going in April and stream discussion. Also, here's my king. All right. I'm not a competitive dwarf player, but I'll take a look. King, Oathstone. I would recommend Shield Bearers, but Oathstone's fine. Thane, BSB, that's fine. Dwarf Warriors, fine. Dwarf Warriors, fine. 29 Dwarf Warriors, fine. They're just like a defensive block. Thunderous Thunderers, Cannon, Gyrocopter. So, it's only 1,500 points. I mean, you're most of the way there to a royal host list, which basically is like no guns, but you get bonuses for being more traditionalist, which might be worth considering. Other than that, if you've taken a king, I would take a king and I would merge these 2 units of warriors together. You'll probably lose some on this process I'm going to propose. But I think this should become its equivalent points in Longbeards. Even if that means you only get like 20 Longbeards overall or something crazy. Because you can take Longbeards as core if you have a king. And Longbeards are very, very good. Very, very properly good. So, I think turn this into 1 unit of Longbeards and you're good to go. And if you can, get a bloody shield bears, unless you really don't. I know you've got your own stone guy though, and he does look wicked. He does look wicked, so I know shield bears is the meta choice, but Oathstone does look pretty cool. It looks pretty damn cool. Yeah. There you go. That's my advice. Macon, thank you for the super chat. Shaburu rifle squads have only human now. Helpful? I mean, it means they can benefit from a medic, which I suppose is quite helpful. They're quite expensive, Shaburu rifle guys. So it's a little helpful, but it's not massively helpful because there's a lot of pen in Konflikt. So it's okay. It's all right. Not great, not terrible. It's all right. Starbucks Meg. It's a minor buff. It's a minor buff. Starbucks Meg, thank you for super chat. Missed you revealing the K-47 new releases, but I feel vindicated getting the British Assault Platoon first. Interested how the automated director works. I would presume the automated director is basically just a platoon commander equivalent, and then he might have like a bigger bubble on units he can snap to. That's my prediction. I think because basically he's not going to hand the leadership buff out because he's a robot and he will support robots, and robots don't need leadership buffs because they're fearless. But he'll probably have a 12-inch bubble for doing a snap to. That would be my guess. I have no idea, but that would be my guess. But yeah, getting the British are looking really like they're going to get. I mean, I can't wait for the big British release. I think there's going to be so much good stuff for it. Yeah. I think when these new Mark IIs come in and these Mark 1s, the plastic Mark 1s and all that. I mean, I already have 20 Mark 1 infantry. 10 metalies, 10 resinies. And I'm definitely getting at least 1 box. At least. I think I'm probably going to get the assault platoon. And just be like, 10 extra infantry. So I've got, because then the resinies, I can basically run all resin and plastic at that point, which will be nice. And then, because they're nice and light. And then I'll have 10 of the metal ones for like whatever. And then I'll have 6 Mark IIs and an automated commander. The big question is, can the automated commander take friends? Or is he standalone? That's the biggie. Anthony Williams, thank you for the support, man. Empire of Japan starter set has arrived in stream discussion. Also, so remember my loyalty reward points on the Warlord site. I ordered the K-47 British starter. Nice! You must have had a few points saved up there, man. Let's have a look. Hey! That looks cool, bro. Nice. So you've got a Shaburu rifle, guys. Ghost Warriors. Assault frame. 2 vehicles. It's solid. Nice solid. Nice solid haul. They pack the kit so normally. They do. Everything's like little bits of bubble wrap and everything. It's nice. Yeah. It's nice. It looks good, man. And I'm absolutely psyched that you've got the got your starter set now. And you get the British one as well. Awesome. Simple Logic, thank you for the 15 months, man. X-Force, some pictures from the front lines at Adepticon. Let's have a look. My Crusade Force taking part in the battle for Agrippina at Adepticon. Got mulched both of my games, but I'd hyped to get this 40 more infantry, 4 more Russes, a Shazzel, and a Warhound on the board for tomorrow's Apocalypse game. Nice. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You got mulched, man. Your army looks fucking awesome. Better to die in style than live in meta shame. Yeah, man. Wow, that's cool. That's cool. See, this is what 40k, not necessarily the giant tide thing. I know that's unrealistic for every 40k board to have. But this, like, drop pods and shit, these kind of buildings, this is what 40k needs to return to. Yeah. Look, this is what 40k needs to return to. It's just simple. Stop letting people be lazy with terrain. Make people do good. I mean, look at this. Make people do good terrain. It's just that fucking simple. Yeah. Yeah. There you are. All right. All right. That looks cool. Good luck in the Apocalypse game tomorrow, man. To you and everyone in chat who's doing it. Okie Kroki Maloki. It's time for the FAQ. Oh, that's nice. Peach iced tea. Very nice after that terrible beer I was drinking. Absolutely awful. There has been another Warlord FAQ. This is the second FAQ that we've had for Konflikt 47. And the way Warlord does the FAQs is they release one every 3 months. So I think this means the game is like 9 months old at this point, which is kind of crazy. It doesn't, time is flying by, but I suppose it does when you're having fun. Because obviously 3 months, first FAQ, 3 months, well, release 3 months, first FAQ. Oh no, 6 months old. The game's 6 months old. Yeah, not 9 months. So it's kind of crazy to think the game's already 6. It still feels crazy the game is 6 months old. But the last FAQ was quite a light touch. And this one is also kind of a light touch. I know a lot of people, including myself, were happy and were expecting a big Japanese overhaul, but that has not arrived yet. The Japanese have received some minor buffs and points breaks in this update, but not a big one, and probably not enough to move the needle on them. And I know, I'm getting the bad news out of the way first. The reason for it is really simple. The guy who is in charge of the Konflikt team, or who's up there in the Konflikt team, I think he's running it, needed some time off. He's basically not had a day off in a very long time because he's been working very hard along with the rest of the Konflikt team to get it over the line, and then to get these first 2 releases, like the main release and then the Festung Europa. So he just needed some time off. And so that is one of the other sides of Warlord being a very human team. Very human, as in we get lots of advantages with being able to like talk to them, and they actually being in tune with their game and with what the people want and all this kind of stuff. But the other side is that humans, we occasionally need some time off. Exactly, Anthony Williams. It's okay. I like that about the company. They value their people. Exactly. So he's been taking some much needed time off. And now that Festung Europa is out there, we're not getting another book for we're not getting another release for 3 months in terms of books. So the next release, I think, is going to, I think it was said to me May to June, is going to be the focus on the Japanese and the basic infantry as well. But I did have an idea for doing a Renegade rules, like Old World, like community rules, to try and give the Japanese some a little bit of a boost. I have an idea of exactly how I'd do it. So you watching this live, and if I end up doing this as a stream highlight, watching it post live, let me know what you think about that. Because I don't want to muddy the waters and split the community, but I do have some ideas for how I would want to, I have some ideas for how I would quite simply just fix what the Japanese need without massive points changes or anything like that. So let me know what you guys think. But let's not talk about let's not worry about what we didn't get so much. Although, you know, I am as disappointed as the rest of you that we didn't get the Japanese thing. Let's take a look at what we did get. So there's this very handy article on Warlord Community by Marcus, which basically goes through where you can find the FAQ and basically the changelog of what it includes. So the first thing is you've got the following units been added to the army list. So this is all the stuff from Festung Europa. So Harvestman, Totem Rock Platoon Commander, Totem Rock Medic, Naxera, and Inferno Spinner. Rules the Totem Rock Platoon have also been added to the army list. So this is all fine. There's also been some spelling changes here. All units with Panzer Kampf Gewehr, whatever it is, abbreviated to PZKG, have been renamed to Panzer Kampf Flauwer, abbreviated to PZKL. That doesn't really matter. Okay, sure. Warlord, whatever you want to name it, that's fine. The big one here is boom. Avanti! You can now use anything. If you're playing Axis, you can use anything from not only the Armies of Germany book from Bot Action, but also the Armies of Italy. This is huge. I have not seen enough people talking about this and the implications this has for Konflikt 47. Because it's interesting. I think Warlord continues to underestimate how much people love playing Italy in Bot Action. Because Italy about Action basically went from being a side faction that had to share a codex with a bunch of other factions to being in a huge, a massive plastic range, basically rivaling any of the big five, you know, Japan and Russia and Germany and Britain and America. And basically through sheer force of will, the community was like, no, Warlord, you will give us a full proper plastic Italian range. And so now we've got Big Six, which is awesome. And that is now, and that, they're getting a standalone book. They've had all the plastic releases in Bot Action, and that's now coming over to Konflikt. Now that's huge because there's lots of people in Konflikt who love playing the Italians. And the Italians don't really have great representation in Konflikt 47. It's kind of the main fighting is taking place around the core territories of the Axis. So the Italians being able to do that, it's just not, honestly, it's just fan service. This, in many ways, this is kind of just fan service. We know a lot of you like playing Italy. We know a lot of you like playing Italy in Konflikt 47, or we know that there's been a lot of people that have been brewing up all sorts of crazy Italian Konflikt armies. We thought we'd give you a hand with that. Here you go. Here you go. Do I think it's going to be meta or overpowered in any way, shape, or form? No. Do I think there's going to be a lot of Italian players who are going to be very grateful for this and are going to use this to make ever more fluffy and flavorful Italian armies in Konflikt 47? Yes. It's that simple. It's just that simple. Now, remember, you won't get any of the army rules from Armies of Italy Bot Action. But I do think that means, I think, and I might need correcting on this one, but I think a lot of the army rules for Italy that you would be kind of interested in would not even be on the army rules themselves, but be on the Italian unit rules. So, for example, I think the Italian black shirt infantry still have their crazy, like, if you shoot at us, we start shitting the bed, or we become fanatics rule. But that's baked into their unit entry. So you bring them in from bot action to conflict, they retain that because it's not an army rule, it's a unit ability. And as Serie said, there are some cheaper shit Italian things that have some serious firepower. Lots of autocannon stuff potentially. Yeah. So I think this is just to me, I don't think this is going to suddenly make Armies of Italy some kind of meta storm that's going to break Konflikt 47. I mean, Konflikt 47 is already it's already a vibes-based game anyway, right? But I think this is just going to be a nice thing that a lot of Italian players will appreciate. There are two big implications from this, though, both positive. The first one is this the first step in a standalone Italian K-47 faction? I think it is. I think we've already got people who are building entire armies using Italian stuff. Well, or who are Romanifying up entire Axis armies and everything. I think that this is the first step in supporting that. And I think once Warlord's original plan for the game has been enacted, going through we know they've got a cycle and a story that they're wanting. They've got a cycle of models they want to release, a storyline they want to release. I think the Italians will probably be one of the first new factions to the game. It might not be for 5 years. It might be sooner. We've seen Warlord be able to adapt, like with the Ursa situation, so they can adapt and bring things around if there's enough demand for it. But I think, generally speaking, this is the first step in either sub-factions or new factions being added to the game. Maybe French for the Allies will come at some point as well. But the other big one is the implications for other bolt action books making it to K-47. For example, what about the up-and-coming British Commonwealth book? We know that in the armies of the Commonwealth are coming to bot action. I don't think it's a stretch of the imagination to think that the British Commonwealth units will be allowed to be used in the bot action British Commonwealth units will be allowed to be used in the K-47 British Commonwealth. So that's big. That's interesting. Also, what about armies of France? At the end of Festung Europa, it is mentioned that Montgomery and Patton are putting a lot of pressure on Charles de Gaulle to, now that Paris has been liberated and France has been fully recontrolled by the Allies, to be like, okay, start raising an army. Not just people in exile, but like start from your populace, raising an army. This war is going to require all the manpower we can get our hands on. Now, and Charles de Gaulle's a bit reluctant because he's like, well, I don't know if a Char B1's going to do a lot. Our equipment's going to be a bit out of date. But will armies of France potentially come to, maybe, wouldn't it be interesting if units from armies of France could be taken in both British and American K-47 armies? And you could just pick which book you think would be best. I have no idea if that's going to happen. I have no idea. The France one is a bit of a maybe. The British Commonwealth one seems more likely. But yeah, I do. But again, Warlord has no issue with cross compatibility in their games. I have spoken to Jim at Warlord, who has said, like, because we've had conversations about literally just in passing when he gave me a lift from the Warlord HQ to the Valrat game that was taking place in Nottingham as well. And I mentioned about how GW silos everything, and he was like, or we don't really think about stuff like that. You know, we're just happy. It's all, you know, if we ever get big enough to worry about that, then we've done very well. But for now, we don't care. It all just basically goes into the pot. And so I think if Warlord embraces this idea of, okay, armies of X are now coming into bot action, I think that's great because, hey, you might have a bunch of people that get the idea in their head that they could collect Konflikt French, but they're like, oh, I've got to fuck around with like a lot of like counts as and all this kind of stuff. Oh, no, wait, actually, I don't. I don't have to do that because I can get this fucking army book, get these fucking French units, bang them into Konflikt, away we go. Away we go. And same with the Italians, same with the British Commonwealth. I think this is the first step, but I think we should see a lot more of this. A lot more. More cross-compatibility, the better. Konflikt is a vibes game. Let us vibe. If anyone starts abusing it, we'll take care of it. Don't you worry. We'll take care of it. Yeah. They'll have to go and start their own little communities of sweaty whackers that won't just fucking get the vibe of the game. Yeah. Yeah. So hopefully this is the first step of many. So this is why it sounds like it's all just an extra book that can be used, but to me it's a big deal. To me it's a big deal. So existing unit updates. Hauptmann Heinrich Gross medic option increased cost to plus 41 points. I'm not sure what it was before. An additional soldiers option increased cost to 30 points. Nachtjäger squad activist enhancement clarified. And the Locust has a more expensive medium anti-tank gun now. So let's take a look at all of those things. So Heinrich Gross, is that because they've given so the reason why they have made Heinrich Gross, his guys more expensive is because they now have got advanced body armor, whereas before they didn't. So they are damage value. So they're veterans with assault rifle, which is 19 points. It does seem expensive, 30 points per guy. It does seem a little expensive. Yeah. I guess it's all the advanced body armor stuff that they've now been given. I'm curious how much shock troopers are, which are basically the same thing. Shock troopers are 23 points per model. And are exactly the same. So I wonder what the 7 points cost is for. Is it just for being fair? It might be for being fearless. Because these guys are just fanatics. So what else do they have? Let's have a look here. What else do they have? They've got fast and fearless, which they now pay for. Right, okay. That's fine then. Yeah, that's fine. They may have already had the body armor, but they're now basically paying for all of the stuff that they have rather than just getting it for free off Gross. Okay, that's fine. It was the Locust mech, wasn't it? Let's have a look. Medium Walker down here. That's expensive. So he's now going to be... I think it was 20 points before. I think the Locust was autocannons 40 and medium rock system 40. So he's going to be 265 points. Still very reasonable. Still very reasonable. I think that's either a 10 or 20 point increase there. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? On the Nackjager. But so the ability works exactly the same. It's just, well, we should check it out. We should check it out. When given a rule declaring assault, a Nackjager squad can opt to 8 inches of terrain. If assaulting enemy infantry or artillery models in open ground, the Nackjager squad resolves damage on attacks and removes casualties before the defender rolls for their own attacks. This enhancement is used also actually dice. Okay, so no, it's exactly the same. It's just been clarified or reworded. There you are. All right, that's fine. Let's continue. So the Americans have got all the Firefly stuff added in, and they've had a couple of bits renamed. So the Bruin Medium Assault Walker has now been changed to Bruin Medium Support Walker. I do think that is a better name for it, because it's not really assaulting shit. It's sitting there lobbing pie plates at you. And the Kodiak has been named from a support walker to a close assault walker, which I, again, fully support because it is just going to get in your face and dagger you. So both of these things are fine. This is all fine. Oh, wait, yeah. And now bolt action units can benefit from Arsenal Democracy. Excuse me 1 second. Fuck, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Yeah. I think it's got to be done. Oh, I don't want... I was going to play America, fuck yeah, but I don't want to demonetize the video. America! Fuck yeah! I feel very vindicated. Guys, I made this happen. This weekend, I bought a bolt action M15. I bought this motherfucker. Where is it? I bought this motherfucker. The M15 multiple gun motor carriage. And I bought it forgetting that it didn't benefit from Arsenal Democracy. And then when I found out, when I remembered, I was like, oh, I mean, it's still pretty good, but it'd be nice if it had those rerolls. But because I bought it assuming it benefited from Arsenal Democracy, my psychic power, and I am a psyker, send me to the black ships, I created the Mordian Gestalt field, and I willed it into existence that this would then get Arsenal Democracy. So you're welcome. I made this happen by just assuming that I had Arsenal Democracy on that unit that I built. Yeah. That M15, yeah, the M15 is going to be nasty now. On a serious note, it now means that my M15 is going to have 6 HMG shots with a reroll and a heavy autocannon with a reroll at 125 points. 6 pen 1, 2 pen 3 shots. 2 rerolls involved. Baby. I might need 2 of them. Oh, man. There you go. So, yeah. There you go. This is big, though. And the thing is, it's big and it makes sense. If you're going to allow bolt action units for the Germans to benefit from Buzzsaw, by the way, Italian rules as written right now, Italian units benefit from Buzzsaw in Konflikt 47, which I'm actually okay with because they've been under the influence of the Axis High Command for so long now that they would have plenty of spare MG machine guns that will have gone to them. So that I'm actually okay with. I think it makes sense in universe. But yeah, this I think is really good. I think most people were house ruling this anyway, to be honest. And I think good guy Warlord, I think this is a nice change and makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. And that's what matters to me most. Just hear me out. Too many times are rules made in games which are abstract, which don't make sense, but service some kind of game mechanic. We see it all the time in Warhammer 40k. And it is unimmersive. It starts making the game feel like a board game, not a war game. And so having a rule introduced because it just makes sense. Like, the Americans are the arsenal of democracy. Why would the bolt action stuff not benefit from this, from the sleeping giant now awaking? You know, of course it would. It's silly that it never would. So, because not everything they're going to have is going to be a rift, and they're going to be making a whole bunch of Sherman Easy 8s in 1947. You know, why would those ones not benefit from Arsenal of Democracy? So it just makes sense, and rules that make sense and don't break the immersion but make the immersion, I'm all for it. All for it. So yeah, really like that. We've then got the British Commonwealth. Colin, you did it. So for those of you that don't know, Colin is the guy at the Warlord events who runs the Double Hornet. And the reason he runs the Double Hornet is because technically superior code breaking is only limited by infantry officers, not by tank officers. Obviously, we all knew that superior code breaking wasn't meant to work that way, but Colin was like, I'm doing it to demonstrate it in the HQ so then it can get fixed. And Colin, you managed it, man. You got it fixed, bro. Good job. Genuine mission accomplished. So superior code breaking special rule clarifies that command vehicle may not make use of it in conjunction with a snap to action ability. So the Double Hornet is still very, very good. You just can't superior code breaking with it now. There you are. British Grenadiers added only human special rule, enabling them to benefit from nearby medics. Excellent change. And we've got a new rule for the automated carrier. Automated crew special rule updated to an automated carrier can never be pinned and automatically passes any morale check it is called upon to make. That is very spicy. Very, very spicy. That, because the automated carrier is actually, I mean, it's derpy. It's super derpy. Where is it? Automated. I mean, it's my favorite derpy conflict model because it's like, why are the robotic crew in there? Why wouldn't you just, they don't need physical bodies. Why wouldn't you just like have this sealed up and the computers in boxes inside? But no, they get the fucking robots with their fucking Brody helmets to poke out the top. It's absolutely ridiculous, and I love it to bits. I love it to bits. So it's super derpy, but it's actually a surprisingly good unit. Yeah, so it's 158 points. And it comes with turret-mounted twin light automatic cannons. So that's 4 Pen 2 shots. It does benefit from computational systems, so it can move and shoot without penalty. And it also is fast. You can see it actually goes fast for a tracked vehicle. It does have first off the line, but it also has the whole thing where it can get rid of that thanks to the automated carrier, and it also can get rid of it itself because it can use a rift dice to give itself +1 to hit. Now, bear in mind, that means that if you're near a Mark II and you use this, it can hit on 3s. So it's a good unit. Okay. So now this derpy unit, but one that's actually very good, that's massively slept on because I think people think it looks so derpy they don't want to take it. But now it basically doesn't ever need to make order tests and can't be pinned, which is big. Really, really, really big. So yeah, Brit's got this is a nice little buff. This is this is an appropriate nerf. This is actually surprisingly important. Yeah. It's hideous and we love him. Exactly. Right. Soviet bloc, no changes in this update. Comrades, this is once again more proof of the superiority of the proletariat over the decadent West and the corrupt, degenerate fascists. All these other nations required change after change after change after change. The Soviet bloc, communism, it clearly is already perfect. It cannot be improved upon. We will bring socialism to the world, and then they will all be able to benefit from our perfection. There you are. On a serious note, the Soviets didn't need any changes. Soviets are I've been saying this for a little while now. Soviets are probably the best faction in the game, but no one's really picked them up in any serious way because of the issue with the starter set and people kind of wait, and the fact that a lot of the Soviet range is in resin and metal, like pretty much all of it. So people have been sort of put off by that. But if you sacrifice your wallet for Mother Russia, as you should do as a good communist, then you actually have had a chance to explore the Soviets early on in the conflict journey that we're on. You will have found out that they're very, very, very good. And with the Ursas coming in plastic and Ursas and other units coming in plastic, I think inevitably, we may need some changes in the future. There you are. Then we got some changes to the Japanese. It looks like a lot of changes, but the truth is it's very minor. So, we had Imperial Japanese Shiburu Rifle Squad. So that's your normal guys with the rift guns. They got only human. So they can benefit from medics now, which is fine. It's nice. But remember, medics only help you against weapons that don't have a pen value. So, like, the occasional spare MMG. Battle frame anti-tank team decreased to 110. So that's only the anti-tank team. That's just the one with basically the Panzerschreck. Nice. But I think most people were going to take their Panzerschrecks inside their battle frame infantry squads. Inigo medium battle walker light rocket system option decreased to minus 40 points. Let's have a look. I think we're looking at like, there you go. So you can get Inigo for 254 points now. And it gets 2 light autocannons and a rocket system. I mean, that's okay. The Inigo is probably the best mech the Japanese have right now. Probably. It's not... I mean, this basically is like a nice little points cut, but I still think the Japanese need more than that. And then you basically have a bunch of rear mounted machine guns that have been added. So that's all right. So that's the summary of the changes, but we do have some other bits in here as well. So if we go over to the 1.1 March 2026 Konflikt 47 FAQ, magenta is used to designate additions and or changes to the previous version of this document. So what I like about the Konflikt 47 FAQ, and yes, it is. Look, it's getting it's getting longer now. it's got a lot longer now. But these are, for the most part, actual clarifications. So, like, if there's something that's, you think, there's been a few things that have come up where some people have obviously interpreted it differently. And so Warlord, it's like the old world FAQ. It's not like a 40k FAQ where it's radically changing rules left, right, and center. Although there are a few rules changes that happen. It's more you asked a question. We got enough people asking this question that we decided to answer it. Can a vehicle with a jump special... Let's zoom in here. What's our first change? Can a vehicle with a jump special rule use it to make a reverse move? Yes, adhering to the normal limitations for jump and reverse moves, usually meaning that only one pivot is allowed before movement and that the vehicle's standard movement distance is halved. So, do you see what I mean? It's just clarifying, can I jump backwards? Yes. And then a little bit of explanation that you need to adhere to the normal limitations. Fine. When firing a weapon with the gravity pulse rule, can the template be placed without declaring a target? No. A target must be declared, which means the firing unit must have line of sight to it. The template must be placed so that it at least partially overlaps the declared target unit and with the center template within line of sight. So long as these conditions are met, the template may then overlap other units, which that will then also be it. So this is a really, really good change because it means you basically can't bend the shot round corners. And it means you, so one of the, to explain this change using high-tech technology. This is my no expense spared explanation. So let us say we have got a building here. And then let us say that we have got some filthy, degenerate communists hiding behind the building. Like this. All right. I'm going to move it over a little bit. I fucked it, but they're not overlapping, but you get what I mean. And then you've got the glorious, perfect master race Vogel spinner over here. All right. Now, there you are. Now, the problem that happened before is the Vogel spinner. I need a different color. The Vogel spinner couldn't see these. Let's say the Vogel spinner couldn't see these guys here. But what you could technically do is place your grav pulse here and then have, say, it didn't clarify that the center of the grav pulse had to be in the middle of the line of sight. So you could basically put the grav pulse here, and then technically part of the grav pulse has been generated in your line of sight, but you've just put the rest of grav pulse over here. So that's how it used to be. Now you can still bend it round corners. Now you can still bend it round corners a bit, but the Vogel spinner needs to be able to see the enemy unit. So let's say like that, right? Like that. So now the Vogel spinner needs to be able to see the enemy unit. So now it's like, oh, shit, mate. Ah, I can see that filthy communist right there. I'm going to do my grav pulse onto the unit because I have to declare a unit now, not just a spot on the board that I can see. I have to declare the unit. And furthermore, I have to generate the center of the grav pulse to the point that I can see. So rather than being able to like bend it round and get all of them, now you can basically, get like in our example, you can get 2. So there you are. So that's basically what's happened with this. And it's a very, very, very good clarification because you shouldn't be able to bend it like Beckham round the corner with gravity pulses. Let's have a look. When placed the template using the gravity pulse rule, does the entire template need to be within line of sight of the firing unit? No. The firing unit needs only to be able to draw line of sight to the center of the place template. There you are. So what happens if a building lies in the path of a hypervelocity shot beyond its initial target? If the building is empty and the unit behind it, would that be impacted? The building effectively becomes the second target. If there's a unit within the building, roll to hit it as normal. If there's no unit in the building, there's no further effect. So that makes sense. So the hypervelocity shot can't kill the building. It's not a HE weapon. So basically, if the shot goes through the initial target and there's someone in a building behind, you have the chance to hit them. That's cool. That's cool. Does any model with guts, rift mastery, and or luck count as a hero? And do such models remain heroes once all these stats expended? Any model with heroic stat points counts as a hero. This includes models which may gain access to heroic stat points during the game, such as United States Paragons. Such models remain heroes when all the heroic stats are depleted. I don't really know why that's important. Maybe it just comes down to the way that heroes can use those points. I don't know. But fine. I think this is one of those ones where maybe there was a really, really, really niche situation that came up. But no one else ever really encountered it. Yeah. Also might change them down the line. Maybe, Macon. Yeah. Are refused in reserve considered to have active dice? Yes, when declared to be starting in reserve, each unit should be set alongside with their representative dice. That's nothing major there. That's fine. So, sort of random clarification. If a unit is executing an advance order and is interrupted by an ambush charge, will they still get to fire their weapons if they win the close quarters combat and make a regroup move? No. Ooh. Big. Very big. No, the use of advancement immediately ends, but it may still make use of any active enhancements should they apply. This is a massive nerf to Fireflies in some... Well, not massive nerf. It's a nerf to Fireflies. Because the whole point is that you drop down and shoot the enemy tank in the rear. If they've got some shit muncher, inexperienced infantry squad, I don't know, like the Japanese or the Soviets, and they've got them on ambush and they go, Banzai! Or Ulra! And charge into your Fireflies, that 30-point inexperienced... Is it even 30 points? Yeah, 30 points inexperienced bastard unit just shut down your Fireflies from doing their drop. Love it. Love it. Okay. Can you clarify how rift weapons against units in buildings works? The sequence is roll to hit the target unit in the building with the number of shots for the weapon. For example, 2 for the Schwervel projector. For each hit scored, this translates to a number of hits indicated by the rift weapons against units in buildings table on page 137. If rift die was exhausted for the attack, apply the modifier indicated. For example, a Schwervel projector would inflict D6 hits ordinarily, or 3d6 hits if the rift dice was exhausted. Roll for damage as normal. The number of pin markers inflicted is indicated in the same table. If the total number of hits is 10 or more, the building will collapse as described in page 136. That's fair enough. Okay. That's just, again, just clarifying a sequence. That's technically a small rule. I would say technically a small rules change. But I think it's again, makes sense. If you've dropped down and been assaulted, you haven't had a chance. That is the whole point of ambush assaulting someone. Yeah, it's to lock that shit down. Otherwise, what's the point in doing it? Yeah. Army list, United States. Can the regroup in hell activist enhancement be used when a Firefly deploys to the battlefield using the flight special rule? Not usually. One exception is through the Firefly platoon special rules. A unit deploying to the battlefield using flight cannot move any further as part of the same order, which includes use of regroup in hell activist enhancement. However, if the same unit were to have its order dice returned to the dice bag in the same game turn, such as the use of guts. It may make the enhancement during a subsequent advance or run order. Amazing. That's really good. That's really, really good. Because the people were, again, it's just a clarification. Really nice. I'd say I love this FAQ. I really do. Everything that has been answered in Magenta has actually been like, nearly everything has been pretty useful. The grav pulse one is big. The jump one is big. The building one is fun. These two are like fine. This is big. This is nice to know, but I think most people are doing it right anyway. This is big. Yeah. Army list, Soviet bloc. If there are multiple abilities that happen at the start of the game turn, such as artillery barrage or airstrike markers, when do they happen in relation to harmonic resonance? Harmonic resonance should be rolled for first. Of course it should. Because it's the Soviet rule. Once again, the power of the proletariat has been put on display. Of course, the Soviet rule goes first. That is what is achievable through socialism, comrades. There you are. What do we got here? Empire of Japan. Can a ghost attack squad use their spirit dance ability after executing a fire order as a reaction to being assaulted? Yes. Love it. I mean, I think people were already doing this, but I love that it's now been clarified to being we're doing it the right way. Resolve the reaction fire first. If the assaulting models are destroyed by the reaction fire, the ghost attack squad may immediately use spirit dance. If the assault models have not been destroyed and the assault is successful, move them to base contact with the ghost attack squad as normal. The ghost attack squad may then make use of the spirit dance active enhancement before any close quarters damage rolls are made. If spirit dance is used, the assault unit then makes an immediate regroup move as if they had won the combat. I like that. That actually is good for both parties involved. So you, as the charger, do not get left out with your dick in your hand, pissing in the wind. But the Japanese unit gets to away, and they get what they want out of it as well. The attacker gets the charge off, but doesn't get the kills. The Japanese get to do their thing, but not die. Unless they die in the warp, and then sure. Okay. Again, great clarification, and I like the way that they've come down on that one. Page 87, multiple active. So this is the errata. Okay, so this is where I feel we are getting rules changes. This is all clarifications. This is rules changes. Multiple active abilities, multiple rift dice on page 57. Delete the second sentence of the first paragraph and replace it with the following. A unit has as many rift dice as indicated by its unit's profile. An individual rift dice is not associated with a particular active enhancement, and a unit may choose which rift dice to use, if any, when activating abilities. That seems like it's not a big change. It's just playing it the way everyone was playing it. Yeah, that's fine. Flamethrower. Change the last sentence of the first paragraph as follows. When shooting with a flamethrower, roll a single dice to hit as normal, but if you score a hit, it is multiplied into d6 hits in the case of injury flamethrower, or d6 with 1 hits in case of vehicle flamethrower. That's fine. That's, again, I think that everyone was playing it. Change the first sentence of the sixth paragraph as follows. After infantry model fires an infantry flamethrower, roll a d6. Nothing. Okay, these are all literally just people playing it the way people were playing it. That's fine. Big one. I think this is the biggie. Roll to damage versus armored targets. Note that long range and point blank range modifiers do not apply to hits from rift weapons. Advanced small arms, HE flamethrower, shape charges, airstrikes, and other weapons that do not rely on kinetic energy of the shot as specified by the weapon special rules. Fireflies, this is a big nerf to Fireflies. That's the crunchy bit right there. I agree, Aldeus. So essentially what was happening before is advanced small arms were getting the best of both worlds. They didn't lose pen over half range like conventional weapons, but they got extra pen for being in point blank range like conventional weapons. So for example, like an HMG shooting over half range, 24 inches, is only pen 1. It's pen 0. Because the shot basically loses energy. But if it's in point blank range, it becomes pen 2. And what's happening with Fireflies is they are able to shoot over half range, which obviously is only like 6 inches for them, and still have pen +1. But when they got into point blank range, they would benefit from being in point blank with a weapon with a pen value, so they became pen +2. So they basically, and this was a really big problem because of Fireflies versus Style Trooping, especially in the beginner starter set, because it basically meant that Fireflies would drop into point blank range against power armor and get +2 pen, which is just insane. So what this does now is basically says advanced small arms are just the pen that they are on the tin. That's it. They are, if it's pen 1, it's pen 1. Not pen 2 in point blank. Not pen 0 over range. Not pen when fucking your mother. Just pen 1. Or whatever pen it says on the sheet. I will say this. F in the chat for the PP Patrol. Gone too soon. I have no shame in admitting that I fully abused the ability of advanced small arms to get extra pen in point blank range. I took a 10-man Mark 1 Soviet Power Armor Squad, maxed out on all of the PP guns, and I got them into point blank range. And I fucking shredded everything. Power armor, shredded it. Light mechs, shredded them. On the front armor, just glanced them to death. On the side armor, penned them to death. I even killed a fucking Locust mech with the PP Patrol. Yeah. I even shredded a medium mech. So F in the chat for the PP Patrol. You guys, you decadent, selfish, capitalist dogs. All you can think about is yourself. All you think about is how this affects, my Fireflies, my Fireflies, my Fireflies. There is no I in socialism. We were thinking about our brave heroes of the Soviet bloc equipped in the finest Mark 1 Guards power armor. And look at what your selfishness has achieved. The Soviet bloc will not forget about this insult to our most glorious power armor, our PP Patrols. Yeah. On a serious note, this is way worse for Fireflies than it is for PP. That is for the Soviets. Because the Fireflies, the whole thing was dropping down and doing it. And for the PP Patrol, it was more like, lol. Like, I get like, occasionally you could kind of abuse it. Although I abused it in every game that I used it. So, yeah. But yeah, I think it is a nerf to the PP Patrol at the end of the day, but it's not the end of the world. It definitely limits them, and they are an expensive unit. But the PP Patrol was probably the best power armor unit in the game, completely slept on. This is what I mean, man. The Soviets are probably the best faction in the game, and they're completely slept on. Like, if you think about all the different power armor, the Mark 1 Guards power armor is the best in the game. Pure fucking firepower, and can be made fanatics for free thanks to Heroes of the Soviet Bloc. The PP Patrol is not gone. The PP Patrol is not dead. It's still like very good, and I will continue to thoroughly abuse them. And their 56 shots that they bring to the board, which is just absolutely insane. But they are certainly, they've taken a bit of a hit here, and they're the best looking too. Pardon me, I agree, Random Rich, and they are the best looking too. All right, but that is the Konflikt 47 FAQ. And let me just say something here. That was actually a blind viewing for me. I'd seen the community article. I hadn't seen that. I think that was actually quite a big FAQ. Everyone's saying, oh, it's a light touch and all that kind of stuff. I think it was quite a big FAQ. I think it covered a lot of stuff. I think it just felt like it wasn't a big FAQ because it didn't address enough of the Japanese stuff. But I think that this FAQ is more of a general one. And if you put the Japanese stuff to one side and just look at this as an FAQ on its own merits, this was chunky but in all the right ways. It was chunky yet funky. Because it addressed a lot of questions and scenarios without completely rewriting the game. It just basically came. There were scenarios that have come up, and Warlord just made a ruling. Just like it feels kind of like almost like a tournament organizer ruling, like a TO ruling. Just okay, the situation's come up. This is where we fall down on it, and that's what I want from an FAQ. I don't want the FAQ to completely rewrite everything every 5 seconds. There were some bigger changes here, but all of them made sense in the context of this is the problem. Oh, this is the clarification that's needed. Which side of the fence do you fall on? So overall, I thought the last FAQ was very good. And I thought this FAQ was very good. I think that Warlord have done 2 nicely sized yet reasonably potent FAQs, which the end result of both of these has, I think the end result of both of these has improved the game result. Has improved the game. The end result is they've improved the game. And that's what you want from an FAQ. Like, you don't want to be looking at an FAQ or a balanced data slate with attached monitor and field manual and look down at the shattered wasteland that was once your army and your game plan, unless you're abusing the shit out of it. Like, you want to be you want an FAQ to come out and you to go, I hadn't even thought about that scenario, but now it makes sense. Or, oh, good, I encountered that, and now we know that for our next game. Yeah. So yeah, I like it. So John coming in here with an important bit here. Thank you for super chat. Heroes don't auto die when losing combat. It's big. Ooh. Ooh, is that true? Is that true? I gotta check that. Oh, microphone, come back. Where's the bit on heroes? $98. Heroes will never accept defeat at close quarters combat. If a hero is defeated in close quarters, treat the result as a draw instead, and another round is immediately fought. If the second round is also a draw, both units are locked in close quarters as described on page 90. Paragon meta incoming! Paragon meta incoming! Yes! Right, we can play this song. Let's do it. Goddamn Paragons. I don't have that players out. Sorry. But yeah, Paragon, that's huge. Paragon's the only unit which get that then. Hmm. Project Paragon incoming. As if Paragons weren't bad enough. Hey, man. If any unit is going to be heroic as fuck, it's the Paragons. They're literally, like, they are literally action heroes. I know that it seems like we're making better units, good units even better. But if there's any unit that should like heroically fight to the end, it's of course the Paragons, right? Yeah. The big thing there is you probably don't need to pay for fanatics now on Paragons. Probably don't. Maybe it's still worth it though for ranged stuff. Yeah. So yeah, that's a big good shout to John. Very, very good shout. So that's the FAQ, and I am very happy with it. The only thing that could have made that FAQ perfect would have been if they'd done the Japanese stuff. I still hold out hope. I hold out my hope for the next FAQ, which I hope comes. I mean, I hope it comes in May rather than June, to be honest. But my main hope is that we get a few Japanese. Like, do you know what I would do to fix Japan? This is my renegade rules for Japan, right? Ghost warriors on a ghost dance lose. If they fail the order test, they lose one guy. Oh, well, how I would do it is, if they fail their modified leadership test, take into account pins, they lose one guy. If they fail, they lose one guy. If they roll above their unmodified leadership, so like they roll an 11, they lose D3. If they foobar, the whole squad dies. That's how I would change the Japanese Ghost Warriors, so that it's way less. Because the Warriors should be able to like shoot a guy and get out of there. Do you know what I mean? That's probably how I'd do it. They should be able to do that fairly reliably. Or I'd just change it. They just lose one guy. Honestly, maybe D3, but I'd just change it so that they basically, if they mess up the Ghost Walk, they lose a guy. That's it. They're not that powerful. The Shibura rifles aren't that big a deal. So I just go, if you fail your test, you lose a guy. Keep it simple. And then I would change the compression, the compression guns to across the board, just exploding hits. That's it. Not all hits, not all shots need to hit, just exploding hits. So if you've got a tank with a Shibura cannon, you activate the Rift Dice and you get one hit, it becomes 2 hits. If you get 2 hits, it becomes 4 hits. You don't combine them together. If you want proper anti-tank, bring proper anti-tank. Like, that's it. And then I would say on a surging Rift Dice, you can ignore cover. So you don't always get ignore cover, but you can actually have a surging part of your crush ability, and it gives you ignores cover. But the disadvantage is you take D3 pins. Yeah. That's it. Or even D2 pins, whatever the Soviet and the yeah, I just say take D2 pins. Yeah, that's probably the only disadvantage I'd give you. It's because even then, all you're doing is getting ignores cover like everyone else does on all of their rift abilities. I'd just say take Appin. It's just not that bad. Japanese technology is just more reliable. You just take Appin. Not D2, just Appin. And that's basically it. Your Ghost Walk isn't as fucked. You get exploding hits on all your crush weapons, and you got a surging bonus which gets you ignore cover. That's all. That's it. Brother, our biggest AT gun is medium. Nah, you put some shit in for bot action, man. Get those big fucking heavy anti-tank guns you can get now. The big coastal ones. Yeah. Even then, isn't the Shiburu cannon like Pen 3? And the heavy Shiburu cannon Pen 4? I mean, bro, spamming out Pen 4 shots is definitely not anything to be sniffed at. Yeah. So that's what I would do. Just exploding hits with surging gives you ignore cover at 1 pin. And because I'm not trying to make the Japanese super overpowered, and I actually think the Japanese should struggle with heavy enemy armor. Not impossible to deal with it, but they should struggle with it. And because that fits in with what the Japanese did struggle with. And then you're good to go. Anyway, they're my renegade rules for the Japanese. And I want to, I'm probably going to do the next Konflikt 47 battle report with those rules. And we're gonna try them out. And then you guys can see how you like them. Yeah. Ugh. But then I can't one-shot the Wotan with the crush cannon. Sarcasm. Well, exactly, right. Here's the thing. Your crush weapons are doing no anti-tank jobs right now. Zero. Zilch. Nada. Nothing. Pretending that they might do that is just... We're just kidding ourselves. So let's make the crush weapons just better. Just make them basically really good autocannons. Like, better autocannons. Like, the light one is Pen 3 with exploding hits. The heavy one is like a light anti-tank gun with exploding hits. Yeah. And I think that radically improves them without requiring any points changes. That's it. But I don't know. And I personally believe that points changes don't fix the Japanese. I don't. I think that points changes don't. I think Warlord is going to have to make a very... I personally think Warlord's going to have to swallow a very difficult pill when it comes to the Japanese. And they're going to probably have to break their semi-red line of we don't want to change core rules. We want people to have paid for a book and for that book to be worth it. Because I think they're obviously very aware that people in 40k don't like the fact that they'll buy a book and then it's out of date immediately. But I think this is the one time they'll have to cross that red line. I don't think... Because the Japanese, the crush weapons just feels badsies. Yeah. But anyway, that's the FAQ and Mordian's FAQ for the Japanese. All right. We've got a couple of super chats coming in here, so let's have a look. We've got Cosmic Drew. Thank you for super chat, man. When fix my twin super bazookas, I am right, Warlord. At this point, I want them to give it to you. Like, I want them to give it to you because I think you deserve it for all your hard work with this Cosmic, with your just insistence on it working this way. Yeah. I think at this point you've been asking for the same thing for 6 months. You probably owed one, Cosmic. All right. Well, I don't mean to alarm you, but we've covered everything that I wanted to cover tonight. And we've done all the super chats. And we've done all the releases. So, I don't know, guys. Is this it? Do I dare? All right, what's the cove tonight? Well, I was thinking of going to bed early. Is that allowed, chat? Have I done my duty? Or do I need to or do I need to do I need to do some more? Oh man. I haven't really kind of hopes the next book brings some insane Japanese stuff. I mean, hopefully, right? Yeah. I can't remember what I said. If John Merton nailed Lena saying no, as in no, I can't go to bed, or no, it's not a crazy idea. We need more, Dean. Always need more. I mean, I've got a Panzer IV that needs finishing building. I was halfway through it. I've got the turret and the Schutzen to do. Go approve your Discord thingy. I don't remember the last time I actually let someone into Discord. I think it was earlier this week, but it might have been a little while because I've been very tired with all the Warhammer stuff that's been happening. Oh man, it's a big job. It's been 2 days. There's quite a lot of people waiting though. I'll probably let people in tomorrow, or I'll let people in tonight. I'll think about it. Yeah. YouTube going to do, guys. Guess what? YouTube demonetized one of my videos because it had the Soviet national anthem. Someone has copyrighted the Soviet national anthem. That feels wrong. That feels very wrong. Like, that's the people's anthem. I think it feels perfectly appropriate. It's the people's anthem, Gab. The people's anthem. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It wasn't even the performance because we were using it as like a background song. So it wasn't even the performance. It was the song itself. Yeah. They lost the right to that anthem when the wall came down. That's America's anthem now. It's our. It's not your anthem. It's Uncle Sam's anthem. We need a 45-minute deep dive into each of the 11 different rule hints. 45 minutes per hint. No, man. There's nothing you can really there's not that much you can speculate from the... Here's the thing. There's not much you can glean from the hints that they've given. Because remember, they talked a lot of talk at the beginning of 10th. And immediately they broke their promises. Like saying there's going to be less rerolls, and then the first army roll we see was the Oath of Moment, for fuck's sake. McCon, I wonder if that's why we haven't seen the leaker stock coming forward by now. What do you mean? For 40k, in what way? Things aren't concrete enough to leak. I think the edition's already written. I think the edition is already written. They're just printing the books and shipping them out. I mean, it must take them several months to get all of these things printed and shipped. John Mertens, what's your opinion on the Steel Legion concept art? I don't think they look as good as the old Steel Legion, but I still think they look pretty good. Go to bed. It's been a long week. It has. I'm just eating a few. I'm to be honest, guys, I'm just unwinding now. I'm often quite, I'm buzzing after a stream because I quite enjoy streaming to you guys. So, I'm instead of unwinding off camera, I'm basically unwinding now. I'll tell you what though, it's been a busy week this week. It's been probably a year or two since I felt this tired doing content creation. Not a year or two, about a year. Maybe 6 months. So basically, to explain a little bit further, for the first 3 years of doing content, I was absolutely shattered, knackered. No, I was going to tournaments every weekend, making after action reports every weekend, and just building the channel on like the back end logistics end and everything, setting the stream, getting the stream set up just the way I like it, all that stuff. Constantly upgrading the system, all that stuff. And so not only was I working a lot, but I was also building everything at the same time. And then what was kind of interesting is the beginning of this, end of last year, beginning of this year, it was the first year that it just ticked over from 1 year to the next. It was really nice. Because I remember the beginning of last year, I had the whole upgrade, the setup upgrade and everything. So it was really nice just to go from 1 year to the next. But then I'd say for the last sort of, I was really pushing for the burn at the end of last year. So for the last 3 months, it's been relatively easy. For the first time in 4 years, it's been relatively easy. And then this week has been a big week. I mean, it's been every stream has been like an 9-hour stream. Massive, covering. There's been AOS drama. There's been 40k reveals, Konflikt reveals. It's just been a week. It's been it's been a great week. Don't get me wrong. I've loved every minute of it. I'm sure you guys have loved every minute of it as well. From the heady heights, the heady heights of the 40k reveals and the Konflikt reveals to the terrible lows of the AOS supposed end times, all this kind of stuff. There's been loads of beef. There's been loads of hype. It felt like every day has been full beef, full hype, in equal measures. And it's nice sort of to get to the end of the week. But I suspect that there's going to be more weeks like this going forward, because I think, you know, with the I think GW is really going to build. They're going to be shoving coal into the fire of the hype engine for 11th edition now. My prediction is that the next 3 months are going to be a period of intense activity within the wargaming world, both as consumers of it and GW and others as producers of it. Yeah. Watch GDC, Siriade. Cabbers, how off is the scale of the new Imperial Guard vehicles? Too big for K-47s? Dude, massive. 40k vehicles are fucked. And I mean that in a loving way, because I love my 40k vehicles. But 40k vehicle scale is very, very wrong. I will give you an example. I don't know what GDC is, Siriade. If you could tell me what it is, I'll be able to have an idea of what you're saying. Oh, sorry. This ears. I've got a bit of salty peanut dust down my ear, and it's wrecking my ear off. Oh, what's that? Is that a bit? It's just a bit of peanut.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Okay. So, this is a Lehman Russ. Just a normal size tank. And this is a T-34. Lehman Russ is literally bigger in every single way. Look at the size of the barrel difference. This is a heavy anti-tank gun. This is a Vanquish cannon, right? I'm talking the diameter of the barrel, right? Bring it around here. So you can see the Lehman Russ is just absolutely massive in comparison to the T-34. It's about double the height and about, including sponsons, double the width. So it's double the size, right? Now the big question is, which one is the right scale? Is this too small or is this too big? This is way too big. This is the right scale. This is just made up. And there was actually someone who did a really good video on this. It was a guy called Asmagan who did this video. And he just did it was literally just a quick short. And I've shown it up before because I think, and it's actually, he's a relatively small channel, but this is one of his videos that actually really popped off. So, you know, which is always nice to see. So here you go. So 40k has ruined me.
Okay, so 40k has ruined my sense of scale.
I'll put it back for a second. There you go.
Okay, so 40k has ruined my sense of scale for, like, miniature games. So I initially was starting to make this short about how I thought the dimensions and, like, size of the tank was off compared to the troopers, right? Because look at him. So this trooper, he's crouched down, so if he was standing at full height, his head would be over the base chassis of this M5 Stuart light tank. So I was like, oh, well, that's tiny. That's minuscule. Like, this tank could only fit like a max of like 2 people tops. And then it occurred to me, maybe I should Google this because, well, I did. So if we go over here, no, that's correct. This is an M3 Stuart tank, like a real life tank used in World War II. 40K has ruined my sense of scale.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, 40k vehicles are really big. And so, unfortunately, none of the 40k vehicles are going to work in K47. Well, I mean, of course, if everyone's using... If you and your opponent are both using 40k vehicles, then it's obviously totally fine. If one of you is using bot action / K47 vehicles and one of you is using 40k vehicles, the guy using 40k vehicles is basically just playing at a different scale. Yeah. Yeah. So there you are. Swordfish Thumbs. Hey, L10. Thank you for renewing your membership, man. Amazing. And thank you for the super chat. I am very excited for the Terror on Devlin Kill Team box, but not for the Guardsman. Go, bugs, go! Thinking about how it is funny. All my guard are OG metal and all my bugs are new plastic. Dude, the Red Terror is just great. Ever since I read about the Red Terror in the 3rd edition Tyrannid Codex, I've just thought he is like the Tyrannid like monster. And what's kind of funny is I never really cared for like the Swarm Lord. Even though the Swarm Lord's been around forever, I never really cared about the Swarm Lord. But Old One Eye, love it. The Red Terror, love it. I think the thing I like about these old characters is because I like everything that's older, because I am a grognard, but also because I like how with Old One Eye and the Red Terror, they were kind of like genetic experiments by the Hive Mind, like one-off creations that the Hive Mind did to like, hey, let's see if this offshoot works. Hey, let's see if this offshoot works. Or they were Tyrannid monsters that kind of, yeah, well, they're just random. In some cases, they can be like random adaptations and whatnot. One of the things I didn't like about the Swarm Lord was that he was like purposefully created. Like he was like actually a character rather than like a genetic freak. And I feel like the best Tyrannid characters are the ones that aren't purposeful individuals, that aren't individuals created by the Hive Mind, but were almost accidents that became characters or random things that developed their own personality, or that the community developed the personality of them, if that makes sense. So yeah, I absolutely love the new kill team as well. I think the new guardsmen look great, and I think the new Red Terror looks awesome. And I think I'm looking forward to getting my hands on both the models. Also, all my old guard are metal as well, and my Tyrannids are all old plastics, to be fair. But that's because L10, the old guard metals were perfect. Games and the old Cadians were perfect as well. Games Workshop has spent years trying to improve upon perfection, and that's why every time they have tried, they have failed. You cannot improve upon the old Morden Iron Guard. It cannot be done. It's just not possible. There you go, man. Merly Bird Productions, thank you for super chat. Hello, Mr. Glory. I just want to chime in to say I bought a massive old school Steel Legion lot. Hey! Always wanted a Metal Army, a piece of history, and as always, glory to the guard. Glory to the guard! Yes! Glory to the guard. Bro, I love playing with my old metal models. I have literally, the other day, I was painting up some OG Steel Legion, and they're just perfect. They're just perfect. And that's why I know Games Workshop showed off some concept art for some new Steel Legion designs. But personally, GW, if you're listening, the further you stray from this design, the worse received the models will be. Games Workshop. I know that you do not want to hear this, and I know that you do not want to accept this. But in order for the new Steel Legion models to be successful, you're going to have to get comfy with the Fallschirmjäger. I know, I know, all those 5 people that follow you on Blue Sky, they're going to be very annoyed. But as the super hyper fixated autistic motherfucker who has spent pretty much his entire life becoming like a guardsman in all ways, but not putting the physical effort in, obviously, I'm telling you, embrace the bowl helmet.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Love the bowl helmet. Feel the Y-strap webbing. You just need to understand that is not what is wanted. That is what is necessary. And it has nothing to do with the history or the historical implications. No one's going to think that you're goose stepping up and down the GW car park if you do it. No one. It's about how the classic Steel Legion models looked. And it's about making sure that that classic feeling is remastered. It's just that simple. Think about it this way. When they remastered, when is another example of perfection being remastered? Age of Empires 2. Age of Empires 2 is inarguably, undisputedly, the greatest real-time strategy game of all time. Every other real-time strategy franchise has risen and fallen. Sometimes risen again, but then fallen again. Age of Empires 2 has never lost it. Has never not been killing it. People were running AOS, Age of Empires tournaments for like years, decades, 30 years. And what did they do when Definitive Edition came along? Did they change the design of the Teutonic Knights? Did they change the design of the British Longbowman, of the Road Raider, of the Huskarl? No. They took all of those original designs and they just tidied them up. Not even tidied them up, just enhanced them from like 10 pixels to like 1,000,000 pixels. That's all they did. Just made them clearer. Just a bit of polish. And that's all we wanted them to do. Because they knew, the developers knew, if they started redesigning the whole thing, they'd get it wrong. They'd get it wrong and the game wouldn't sell. So, Games Workshop, if you're going to release new Steel Legion, all the answer, it's less work for you. The answer is right there in front of you. You don't need to come up with a new helmet design, a new armor design, a new boot design, a new greatcoat design. You don't need to come up with any of that. All you need to do is take these models and make them in plastic. And some quality of life improvements so that we can take more than just a grenade launcher. So that we can have Armageddon Steel Legion with heavy bolt teams inside, missile launch teams, large cannon teams inside, and then at least plasma guns and grenade launchers in there. and there has to be a sergeant with an orc head. That's the minimum you need to do, is basically take the old Steel Legion kits and put them into one plastic box. If you just did that, if that's all you did, you didn't even give us more weapon options. That's all you did. It would be perfect. Anything that you want to add to it should be like, oh, you can have melter guns now. Oh, you can have flamers now. Oh, you have sniper rifles now. Oh, we've given you some other heavy weapon team options. That's it. Anything more than that, it's fucked. It's fucked. I've given you, GW, I have given you the answer. I have shown you how to make all the money. All you need to do now is be willing to put your faith in me. And I know that GW spies on this channel. I know they do. You fools. You think it's a coincidence that I start covering loads of World War II games on this channel? Like, well, World War II and World War II adjacent, like Bot Action, Konflikt 7. You think it's a coincidence that I start covering those games and then GW releases a whole suite of Imperial Guard models that look like World War II models? You fools! They're in the walls right now. They're scribbling down on their digital notepads right now. I am the real CEO of GW. No, it's getting too far now. Maybe being right one too many times on all those predictions has inflated my ego somewhat. No, on a serious note, though. On a serious note, that's all Games Workshop needs to do. Just take the old metals and make them in plastic, and give us a few more weapon options. That's all they need to do. Anything if they fuck with the design too much, the problem they're going to have is that they're not going to feel like Steel Legion. That's the problem they're going to have. Like, it's guard players who are very specific, and you've got to think about the kind of people who are going to play Steel Legion, or who are going to be the people who are going to pick Steel Legion are going to be very similar to those who picked up Old World initially and ran with it. The people who've been waiting for it, and then the new people coming afterwards. Yeah. Yeah. They just need to the steel remastering old guard regiments is literally the easiest thing Games Workshop can do. They just their only risk is them fucking it up because they decide they want to redesign them rather than remaster them. Yeah. Exactly. So exactly, yeah, L10. They're going to be impossible to assemble, not coming easy torso, leg, arms, headsets. Yeah. I feel like it should be possible via plastic injection molding to just make a one-piece model. Like, I don't know. I have no idea how the process works. But if you can do it in a fucking metal centrifuge, then I feel like you should be able to do it in a machine, in a plastic injection molding machine. Did they make limited edition plastic Legion models relatively recently? They did not, CB Cooper. You're thinking of Kriegers. What I don't like about the Steel Legion is the gas mask thing. The concept art is the gas masks they've gone for. I don't know. I just it's like it quite pointy and then two on the side. I don't mind them not having the tube coming out to the rebreather. I don't mind them having a different thing, but I think it should be, I don't know, it should be different to just, yeah. I'm not sure. Because I like them on these guys. Like, the gas mask looks good on these guys. You guys can't really see it. I wonder if I can bring it up for you. Like, I like the gas mask on these guys that I've made. Yeah. So it's not the one piece which is the problem. It's not the lack of rebreather which is the problem. It's the design where it's like two little nubbins coming out the side. Yeah. What have we got here? Got some more super chats and stuff. L10, thank you for super chat, bro. New GW thinks there's an issue with Tyranids needing Marvel characters that escape assimilation, when previous unique bugs were just experiments doing the business and terrorizing generations beyond. Yeah, see, I agree, Sword. I agree, L10, because it's like the Tyranids don't actually need characters. There's something a lot more like sinister about, you know, what is essentially the hive mind creating a... There's like two ways that they can kind of look at it. Creating an offshoot and just sending it out there as like a one-off. Like, hey, we think this new Ravener design with the massive mouth is going to be a hit, but we need to go and like test it before we like fully experiment with it. So we're going to basically shoot it out ahead of the... test it before we fully commit to it. So we're going to shoot it out into the Imperium, into the prey area, see what it can eat, give it like a big synapse nodule at the back of its head so it can like transmit the results back to us. And then once we've got the information, we'll know whether we like it or not. And then you know, in this experiment, in this hypothetical hive mind situation, it's like, well, what do we do once it's out there? Do we need to like recall it? Oh no, just leave it. Like, if it ends up dying, we don't give a shit. If it ends up eating loads of people, great. But we just don't. Once it's out there, and we've got the synapse information we want from it, we just forget about it. Now that's really, and that's how like you can explain things like the Red Terror and like Old One Eye and stuff, like and Kachan Devils. These are all basically like one-offs that the hive mind sent out into the prey zone, monitored how they did, and then took the lessons learned and applied them to adaptation, you know, for adaptations for the main invasion force. That's a really, you know, that's like, because it shows like a callousness of the hive mind towards their own people, but also a cold calculation on how they like, how these adaptations come about, how the hive mind learns from one successive invasion to another and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. But instead, like you said, there's a whole bunch of bloody... When they make actual Turner characters, it's not as good. Yeah. Philip Arrigo, thank you for super chat. Steel Legion unit idea. Call it an Armor Fist Squad. Unit ability could be something that syncs with Transport's firing deck or increases the firing deck of the transport they're embarked in. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I love the idea of calling it an Armored Fist Squad, but they will call it the Armageddon Steel Legion TM. Like the Cajun shot, because they can probably copyright that. As for the ability, the mistake would be having is giving them a good ability when they get out of the transport. I would... Because Steel Legion, as you know, because you want your basic infantry to stay in transports, because they're never going to do any meaningful damage. So the idea should be maybe, like you said, they can... I mean, how I would do it is I'd say they can move, and their weapons are all lightweight versions designed for rapid movement warfare. So I would just give them a simple thing of, I would just give them like weapons, like heavy weapons that don't suffer the penalty for moving and shooting. So rather than like hitting on a 5, stay still, hit on a 4, they just hit on a 4. That's and it's just like, that's the Armageddon pattern rocket launcher. Something like that. That's what I do for their equipment. And then maybe if they disembark, maybe they could have a special rule. They used to get... So they used to have a really cool... So if they used to have a rule that was they could rapid fire out to 18 inches. So they had... Their lasguns are 24-inch range, but their lasguns rapid fire range was 18 inches. And it was actually really good. It was actually really, really good because it affected plasma guns as well. So I'd give it, frankly, I'd give them that back. I'd give them that rule back. That was a handy rule. I like that rule. Yeah. Sir Newbie, thank you for super chat, man. Morning all, got a 2K guard list for an RTT in stream discussion. Also, I don't collect K47. I might pick up Bertie for fun. Be refreshing to build, then a GW kit. Yes, Sir Newbie. Yes. That's right. Just try out the Warlord kits. Just for a fun change over building a Games Workshop kit. I'm sure that it won't have any lasting effect on your perception of kit ergonomics. So, Newbie, even if I did, I have no one that plays K47 near me. Nobody yet, brother. But you will find that the mind of the wargamer can be turned to many things. Once you have given them a taste of the rift, you will no longer drag them kicking and screaming into its embrace. They will walk into it willingly. As you did, as I did, and as all who have come before us have done, and all who will come after us will do. Praise be the rift. Praise be the salvation of our people. If you build it, they will bust a rift. Yeah. There you are, man. Konflikt 47 is... look, so Nibby, you do you. You do you. But I think you will very much... on a serious note, I think you will very much enjoy trying out a Konflikt 47 kit. And Bertie's great. He's in like 8 parts, including his base is in 2 parts. He's got like the base and the bit that goes on top of the base, like the scenic bit. So he's really in 6 parts. Yeah. And I know, unfortunately, if you're used to building guard characters, his feet are not in 3 parts like the Cadian Castellan. I know. They've done the foolish thing of making him really easy to build. Do they not know that if you make the kit hard to build, it takes the player longer to build it, and then they feel like, because they've spent more time on it, that it's a better kit. More time spent equals better, right? There's an action game on Steam. It's coming to Steam. It's not out yet. It's basically the tabletop game, but adapted into a video game. Yeah. But obviously, it could be a little difficult. So, with some changes made where appropriate to make it digital. Yeah. Due to the digital nature, I should say, rather than the physical nature. Might use an Ogre bodyguard. You could do, yeah. A man of iron. Maybe you should get once you've got Bertie, I mean, it would be remiss of you to not get him some friends like, oh, I don't know, some Mark 1 infantry that could represent some Ogrins or something. I don't know. They're probably, to be fair, they're probably a little small. All right, what have we got here? Swordfish Thumbs, aka L10. Thank you, Super Chat, man. Steel Legion unit idea. Call it Pearl Snatching Squad. Unit gains +1 to hit. Every time you hit anyone within 20 feet of the table, say, wow, just wow. No. +1 to hit. Every time you hear someone say, just paint them yellow. There you are. Just paint it yellow, man. Yeah. People do get 40k players are generally pretty chill, but people get so people can get really passionate about it. But that's a good thing. If they're passionate, it means they care. Apathy is the death. And people were getting very apathetic. It's interesting. Also, Nubi, I'll come back to it in a second, man. It's interesting. I've seen the 11th edition launch and the new guard stuff, and it's been very exciting, and I've very much enjoyed it. But I have noticed a significant contingent of people on the internet who, despite having seen the new things before them, have continued to be very unhyped. Has anyone else noticed that? It's not a majority of people, but it's not like one angry guy. It's like there's way more than that. I wonder if I thought that the new guard stuff and I thought all the reveals from Wednesday did a lot to undo the damage that has been done over the last year with 10th edition, but I wonder if maybe not. I wonder if maybe there's still a lot of people who need a lot of convincing. Gab Campbell, for some people venting off their frustration on GW because Le Big Corpo makes Le Profit, it's just what they're going to do no matter what. Yeah, I guess there's an element of that. I guess there's an element of that. I'm not unhyped. I'm just skeptical. Yeah, same. I think anyone who's been in 40k for the last few years has built up a huge, healthy dose of skepticism. But Mountain, not enough to bring me back. I got K47 now. I feel that. Obviously, I'm still. I have my feet in many camps, but I can see many people sharing that sentiment with you, and I can see. Let me put it this way: no matter how good 11th edition is, it's not going to stop me from continuing to play and feature on this channel Konflikt 47 and Warhammer: The Old World. This is when somewhat. I've said this for a little while. When someone steps out of the GW bubble, even if they come back to playing Warhammer 40k, they don't stop playing the other games that they've now learned exist and are out there. Out in 40k becomes one of several games they play. Which here's the funny thing. I think a lot of people know that subconsciously, or even consciously, they just won't admit it to themselves, and that's why so many people are actually surprisingly hostile over the games because they don't want to. They know that it's kind of like coping, right? They know that there are better things out there, or there are equivalent things, or just good things in their own way out there. But for some reason, they kind of see it as like a threat. It must a psychiatrist or psychologist, a brain guy would be able to explain it better than myself. But I think many of us know. I think a lot of you know what I'm getting at. Yeah. Swordfish L10. I have cautious optimism, but they need to actually deliver on key things to move back from totally bolt action now. Yeah. Yeah, like they can't just walk the walk. They can't just talk the talk and say, hey, like that's what they did with 10th. They talked the talk and everyone got very happy. And then when they walked the walk, it was shit. They can't do that again. They need to be able to back it up. Yeah. Aldeus, yeah, I think the community is skeptical as hell now. I think gamers in general are skeptical as hell. And very sensitive to certain topics as well. And I think that they have not become this way by accident. I think that they have become this way due to changes that have happened to the media that they consume. Whether it's movies, video games, or war games, there's been, I think there's been enough times when things have changed not for the right reasons, or things have been phoned in, or a beloved franchise has suffered from enshittification, and gamers of all stripes are now very perceptive of it. Like they can spot it from a fucking mile off. They can cut like manufactured hype is basically ineffective. You know when you're playing like Pokemon and you've got like your Rattata or your Pidgey and you're fighting against like a Geodude and you do like tackle and it does like 1 point of damage. That's like manufactured hype now. It does very little. And war gamers can just see through it. They're like, they can, if you say one thing, but they can see another thing, they're not going to believe you. They're going to see the thing. Yeah. So yeah, I think gamers in general are massively skeptical. And that's why, as a company, you have to be, you really have to, your reputation is in gaming, your reputation and your authenticity is invaluable now. Companies which come across as fake and corpo and not by gamers for gamers die. They all die eventually. Companies which, and you see some video games, indie's a loose term now. You have some pretty big indie companies out there, but indie companies, which may have many employees, have been absolutely crushing it because they are gamers making games. That's it. But yeah, that's where I think the skepticism come from. I think there's a lot of parallels between wargaming and video gaming and movie going. So, Newbie, been playing 40k since 7th, loved 8th, had fun in 9th. Sadly, real life stuff got in the way in 10th till now. I'm looking forward to 11th, but not getting overly hyped for it. I think that's a very healthy attitude to have. Yeah. And a very sensible one. Aldeus, competition is ultimately what's healthy for the hobby. We do need more competition in wargaming. I think we're getting it. People often, and here's something that just occurred to me right now. People often compare 1-to-1 GW to one other company. But I don't think you can do that anymore. It's not GW It's not a one-on-one fight anymore. It's not a mano-a-mano fight anymore. It's Games Workshop, and all Games Workshop is the big whale. But all of these other companies are like the piranhas, taking little bites out constantly. And it's not the individual piranha that gets you. It's the swarm. It's like this. It's like the ants versus the grasshoppers in Bug's Life. Individually, no company is mightier than GW. But every single new game that pops up and gets a decent following with enough people that play it and support it takes another little bit of meat out of Games Workshop. And they can keep growing and growing and growing, but a little bit gets taken out. A little cutlet. John Miller says, I'm also skeptical because they said the books follow through 11th, so the 10th issues might not be resolved. That is a great point. It's a great point. By continuing on, the issues of 10th may be inherited by 11th. I think that's a very good point, sir. Campbell, if they replace circles with rectangles, it's not going to be enough. There's still a chance they're going to fuck it up, but I don't think they're that stupid. I think the design team wants to make a good game. People have to ask themselves what percentage of their ideal is enough if they don't want to be disappointed in a few months. I think you make two excellent points. I have nothing to add to them. It's to simply say I agree fully with what you've said. I think they can still fuck it up. I think replacing circles with rectangles won't be enough. But I think that you're not going to get everything on your wish list fulfilled. But what are the red lines? And everyone has to decide that individually. And as a community, things will be decided as well. I don't think it's necessarily zero sum to this level. Some companies are freshwater fish and some are amphibians. GW has its IP, it's dominating, but they're not doing World War II. There's no way 11th is going to be as close to second edition as I want it to be. Yeah. I mean, yeah, man, of course. Are they going... See, here's the thing. For me, they got to bring back weapon skill versus weapon skill. They've got to bring back initiative. And we know they're not doing that. Is 11th edition going to fix the problems with melee? No. Of course not. Because it will still not have weapon skill versus weapon skill. And it will still not have initiative. And with it being a continuation edition, it will not get rid of... It's not going to get rid of rerolls. How can it? They're baked into the... They're baked into so many data sheets. So many army rules. So many detachments. I'm hoping 11th edition does well, but I can see why a lot of people are skeptical about its ability to fix what needs to be fixed. L10. I love 40k as a setting, love my dudes, but I follow the game like a Man U fan who doesn't watch the games but knows all the drama. Love that. Bucket001. Well, the age of just playing the game is over. Now everyone is engrossed in operations development and operations. I think that's fair, yeah. Not enough people play it, I think, at GW, which sounds crazy. GW was the big kid in junior school. Now the senior school, others are near the same size as them. I don't think anyone's getting near the size of GW. I just think that the industry is now big enough that it can before, the industry just wasn't big enough to sustain multiple franchises. Now it is. Like, before, there was before time, there was the Cube. But before modern times, that doesn't sound right. Before now, in days gone by, in ages past, there was only room for one kid on the block. That's why when War Machine came along, it fucked GW hard. And now that's not the case. Now there's plenty of pie to go around for everyone. It just means that, before, here's kind of thing, right? Before, when there was only Warhammer 40k, if you had an idea that wasn't really very 40k, you would have to put the effort in to make 40k bend to your will, as it were. So, let's say you watched, Fury, the film Fury, great film, ton of fun, not particularly realistic, but whatever. And you were like, man, I really wish I had a World War II themed army. I'd love to have that, those 3 tanks when they're rolling across the field and the infantry stacked up behind it. I'd love to have that. That's cool as fuck. I'd love to have that. So you'd go to Warhammer 40k and you'd pick up 3 Lehman Russes and a bunch of guardsmen, and you'd be like, yes, I have, and you'd paint them all up, and you'd watch the movie and you'd find all the different details on the tanks, and you'd do all that, and you'd see the different tank commanders and you'd convert them up and all that kind of stuff. And maybe the 4 tanks, because the lieutenant gets mashed by the Panzerfaust, doesn't he? But you get the different tanks, you get the infantry behind, all that kind of stuff, and you're like, yes, I have recreated the US guys from Fury into Warhammer 40k. Excellent. Or maybe another better example would be Band of Brothers. Maybe you watched the classic timeless series Band of Brothers. I need to rewatch it. And you're like, this is excellent. I love Easy Company. I want an Easy Company army. Well, there's only Warhammer 40k, so I'll go and convert up or paint up a bunch of guardsmen or build a whole theme around airborne Imperial Guard armies, right? And then what's happened? What happens now is, oh man, I really like Band of Brothers. I'll go and make that army in bot action. Or K-47. Oh, man. I really like... do you know what I mean? I really like X. Oh, I can go and make it happen now. Yeah. And you'll be able to find enough people to play the game with you. Yeah. Papa Whiskey makes a good point. Back in 5th, I made Grey Knight's army based on Horus Heresy era 1,000 Suns. Painted up in Heresy colours and everything. Now we have Horus Heresy. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And that's the point. The wargaming, the problem in some ways is that the for Games Workshop is that before, they were the only kid in town. So even if people were interested in non-Warhammer things, they basically had to create those ideas inside Warhammer. And now people don't need to do that. Yeah. All right, let's have a look here. So, Newbie, let's do your army list before I forget. After my last RTT, which won me the wooden spoon due to how rusty I was, it left some hard lessons I hope to learn from. 2 vanks was sadly not enough, and having too much guard squads with engineers doing nothing along with Death Riders. It was time to go back to the drawing board. Sadly, I only have 2 vanks due to needing the 3rd as my tank commander. Also, I needed some staying power, then bodies, also a way to deal with pesky characters hidden in MSUs. So put the engineers and riders for some R&R and dipped into the abhumans, getting some Bulgars with a grizzled commissar and some thieving ratlings. Hope to test it out before 11th. Still on the hunt for a new job, so can't order more tanks and such, but this is free time as I'm to paint a lot more. Also hoping 11th Indirect Fire gets to ignore that 15-inch low-knocked terrain. I mean, I wouldn't presume anything. I hope so too, but I wouldn't buy anything until you know. So it's Kree Command Squad. Well, Couple star without human detail. Kree Command Squad, Kree Command Squad, Kree Command Squad, Leaven Rust Commander, Tech Police Engine Steer, 20 Kriegers, 20 Kriegers, 20 Kriegers, Artillery Team, big squad of Bulgrin, 2 Kree Heavy Weapons squads of Flamers, Ratlings, Armored Sentinels, Armored Sentinel, Function. Yeah, so you really, look, I know financially this is not an option, so I'm not saying rush out there and buy it. I mean, like you said, you're probably looking at 11th edition, really, maybe a bit before, probably 11th edition, but you really need a third tank, a fourth tank. I mean, I ran 4 Lean Russes the last tournament I went to, and it didn't feel like enough. You probably need a fourth and a fifth. So, and your list is probably going to continue to just struggle because you're trying to get through without the armor you need. More Vanks? Not necessarily. Just, I mean, I personally love triple Vank and double Lever and Rust Tank Commander with Executioner Plasma Cannons. It gives me it gives me 5, that's 5 pieces of armor. And it gives me the punch and the volume and the AP that I need on all fronts. But I don't think you... I don't think you need 3 command squads. No, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe. No, the Flamers don't need orders. Yeah. You may want to consider investing in a more efficient order structure. A single Castellan, Acadian Command Squad, and Acadian Blob would serve all of your order needs and be significantly cheaper. Yeah, you want to have a Supreme Command Blob. Probably drop the Armored Sentinels. And see what that gets you in terms of being able to get more tanks. It should get you a lot. There you are. 3 blobs of Guardsmen unit Bulgrin is good. Let me go through what works. 3 blobs of Guardsmen unit Bulgrin is very good. The artillery teams are very good. That's the best bit of the list. Tidy up the orders, flesh out the armor pool, and you'll be golden. All right. Bucket001, thank you for your super chat, man. While we are on the topic, let me do some focus group testing. What makes a satisfying model? I want to know so I don't make tedious products that fail. Okay. There's many different ways to... It's a great question. Great question. There's many different ways to approach this. Are we talking from picking it up and looking at it? Or are we talking about building and painting the damn thing? Because one of the things that makes a satisfying model is like, obviously I'm not a model designer, but I am a model consumer. Let's be holistic. So, like the vibe of a model. What makes... Are you talking about what gives a model a good vibe? It looks like it belongs. So one of the things that a lot of people will criticize models for is when it looks out of place. That's why some people are complaining about the new Guard vehicles, saying they look too like World War II, right? I think they're wrong, because the Guard is the military. They're stupid because there's so many World War II things in the Guard. Anyway, won't get into it. But this is the problem that Age of Sigmar has always had. It looks like a war game. It just doesn't look like a Warhammer war game. The models need to look like they belong in the setting that they are intended for. Like, if I'm going to collect Empire in Warhammer the Old World, I want to have big bricks of infantry with halberds and spears and shields and all that kind of stuff. What I don't want is, well, I can show you. What I don't want is this.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Believe it or not, this is not an Age of Sigmar model. This is a Warhammer Fantasy model. This was made during the last edition of Warhammer Fantasy, around 7th or 8th edition. It's a horse-drawn laser gun. Now, horse-drawn laser guns, as a concept, are kind of cool, belonging in a feudal world-esque setting for a different franchise. But it doesn't look like it belongs in a Warhammer Old World Empire army. It doesn't look like it belongs. It looks out of place. Because an Empire army is about humans and guns and holding the line. It's not a bad model. I'm sure you could have great time enjoying it, building it, and hey, it might even have some cool rules. But there's a reason why this thing didn't get ported over to Warhammer Old World when it came out. And there's the reason why this thing has stayed in Warhammer Age of Sigmar. It looks like it belongs in Sigmar. It doesn't look like it belongs in Warhammer the Old World. So that's what I'm talking about. Does the model belong? So if you're going to make, I obviously don't know exactly what models you're going for, Bucket 001, but let's say you were going to make some sci-fi guard style infantry. Maybe it's like a third party alternative to like guardsmen, something like that, right? To make something like that work, you have to think about what guard players expect from like guard infantry. And what guard players expect is going to be some kind of historical reference sci-fied up. That's why I look at Praetorians, look at Vestrorians. But not even, they don't even need to be like classic guard regiments. You could go, we've not had sci-fi Napoleonics. What if you had like, redcoats, but sci-fi? Something like that. See what I mean? Like, we haven't had Napoleonic redcoats, but sci-fi. We've had Zulu, we've had Prussians, and World War II Soviets, and all that kind of stuff. So that's what I'm talking about. If you did sci-fi Napoleonic infantry, or if someone created sci-fi Napoleonic infantry, it would look great as counts as guardsmen, and it would pass the vibe check because that's what people expect from that particular thing. Roman Guard regiments to run with Ultramarines. Exactly. If someone made Ultramar Auxilia and basically took the current Guardsmen and gave them heads with like Roman plumes and stuff on it, that would look sick. It's why so much of the Primaris stuff is still... It's why so much of the Primaris stuff is still rejected. Because it doesn't look like it belongs in the Space Marines. Not all of it, much of it does. But, you know, why is the Space Marine tank floating? It's been 10 years and people still say the same thing. So there you go. It needs to look like it belongs in the setting that has been made for it. Also, I'll say this. Now, if you're going to make something for wargaming, it either needs to be historical or grimdark. We've seen what... If the biggest wargaming company in the world cannot make a high fantasy wargame work, no one can. And they're not the only ones who have tried it. Yeah. Got to keep it grounded. Got to keep it gritty. Got to keep it grimdark. Ellis for Lilac, thank you for super chat, man. Wanted to know if USMC civic units will come to K47. That's really the army I want to do instead of the USMC. But action one, I have and play with action ready. Maybe kit bashing as an alternative. So they already exist. Here you go. So, Alpha Lilac, they already exist. So the United States Marine Corps make extensive use of Pond Skater mechs, which can come with either the twin 50 cals or the recoilless rifle. And you can see, like, they've got they're amphibious because the Marines use them. So the Marines make extensive use of the Pond Skaters. They also make extensive use of Fireflies as well. But the Marine version, the Marine name for the Fireflies is the Dragonflies. They're a little different in lore, but they are basically the same thing. So if you painted these guys up in some Marine Corps colors, you would basically be painting USMC Dragonflies. Yeah. And likewise, you know, with the power armored bozos, the Marines aren't against using power armor, and the Marines are definitely not against using. I think the Marines they get a lot of the. They use Grizzlies as well. I think the Marines do, if I remember rightly. Yeah, they love the Grizzlies. The Marines do. Yeah, the thing with the Marines in K47 is if you want to have a Marine feeling K47 army, you don't need to shy away from Rift units, but you kind of want to have the Rift units that are a bit more gritty and not as high tech. So, like, because the Marines always get there's like the joke of the Marines where they don't give them all the equipment they need, so they'll fight harder for it. They'll fight harder with what they've got, kind of thing. I don't know if it's a myth or it's an actual thing, but there's that sort of aspect of it. So, you know, Grizzlies. So what you would try and do is avoid too many units with like lots of rift dice and rift abilities. you'd have a more real steel kind of list. I mean, this is not a bad... Yeah, not bad at all. If I was to go for a Konflikt 47... I mean, this is... Yeah, like... If I was to go for a Konflikt 47 themed United States Marine Army, I would go for lighter... I'd go for the... the heaviest thing that I would bring would be a Grizzly. That would be the heaviest thing I would bring. I'd probably stick to a lot of light mechs. And I'd probably go pond skaters, power armor, basic infantry, and maybe a Grizzly leading the force. And the idea being that they're Marines, so they tend to have to be a bit more lightweight because they've got to like deploy onto the beaches and stuff. Yeah. So there you go. Hope that helps. But it's very, very doable to do US Marines in K47. Very, very doable. Snowpiece T, thank you for the super chat, man. 07, sir. Today's bat reps in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look, man. Elflag, I'm happy I could help, man. Yeah, happy I could help. Gentlemen, I'm back from my K47 afternoon. Here are my 2 battle reports. Game 1, mission, top secret, deployment, fog of war. Me, US versus my cousin Axis. Round 1 was what only can be described as one big clusterfuck. Units coming to play behind each other. Oh, fog of war. Yeah, it's brilliant. Firing, everything. I did put a lot of firepower to Shrek Wolf before wiping it. It is key to note that I left one squad of Fireflies in reserve. Fun round 2. A rookie pilot arrived and my opponent, all my nearby units, so we had to choose to shoot his own Vogel spinner. The coming rounds were units wiping each other until the end of round 3. When the last die was mine, I dropped the Fireflies on the objective. This might have been an illegal move. We didn't check. Beginning of round 4, I just flew away to the nearest edge. Our battlefield is a few inches smaller than recommended. He failed to wipe them, and I just won the game. Yeah, Top Secret is a bit of a mental mission. Fog of War is very, very mental. You basically played a super crazy game, but that's not a bad... That's not a bad thing. Sorry, dry throat. That's not a bad thing. It's not necessarily a way that you want to play like every single time, but it's cool to... You might do. It's a way that a lot of established war gamers would probably be like, this is very, very silly. But I have to say, I've enjoyed a good Fog of War game on occasion. Yeah. Game 2. Our brains were a bit fried here. Me, Axis versus US. Objective breakthrough, deployment, turbo quarters, prepare positions. And a 4-star trooper in a tower in my deployment and ambush. My cousin was really scared for rounds to approach them. Round 2, Paragons and Shrek Wolf will mutually wipe each other. My infiltrated totem core, my deep strike Falcons managed to score, but he pinned down my vehicles. I also rolled very badly, and my buzzsaws had not managed to kill their troops, and neither my anti-tank did any meaningful damage. Eventually, he scored 3 units and won the game at round 5. Loads of tanks and waters crashing into each other here. Nice. That's cool, man. Yeah, what was this? Game 2? Breakthrough. Yeah, table cord. That's good. Incredibly fun games. I really love the K47 missions. They just work. Also, even if we get our rules wrong, shit's just so damn fun. The War Dog is a linebacker. Last image is our list. We just slash the transports. Also, we need to rework our US list. Not enough 50s. That's what I... Dude, you've absolutely hit the... you've absolutely got it right, man. Even in Konflikt, if things go a bit wrong, or the rules go a bit wrong, or you end up losing, it doesn't matter because the game is just fundamentally fun. It's just a vibes game. Yeah. I went to a Konflikt tournament this weekend, lost 2 games, and what lost 2, won 1, which is not a particularly good tournament result for me. And I came away happier than when I won all 3 games and won the event, because the first time I played hard and I played harder with a harder list. And even though I won, it was like, I feel like I've played Konflikt wrong. And then, I went the second time with a much weaker list and was like, but much more vibes, much more fun. And I was like, this just feels so much better. Yeah. Hey, the board's coming along, man. And the armies are coming along as well. Really cool. And the painting as well. Dude, I have to say, it's really great seeing all of this coming together. Because I remember when you first started, it was a lot different. But it's really the armies are starting to come together now in a really good way. That's cool, bro. That's cool, man. And you're playing at full 1,500 points now. Cool. Cool. I love it. Excellent. Snowbeast T, absolutely excellent, sir. It was those look like two, and you played 2 games in one afternoon. How long did it take to play each game? Like an hour and a half, maybe, if that. Yeah. Yeah. Seems like it was pretty quick. Hour and a half. 6 hours? Oh, 3 hours per game then. Fair enough. Must have been. I guess you're still learning the game. There you are. It's just the way you were describing it. It sounded like you were smashing through the games quickly. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? Let's have a look. So, Lower Decks, thank you for super chat. What's in our cupboard? Stream discussion. So the heat is rising in the kitchen. I've been gently informed that the crew and more importantly the dynasty leaders want something that does not involve turnips. I fear my turnip-based ice cream may have been a tipping point. Keep going with the turnips. They will eventually come to see things our way. Their taste buds will adapt and they will join us in our great turnip delight. I retrieved the storage decks to take inventory. Apparently the staff have not done so for at least 2 cycles. The decks are rank after rank of storage containers of frozen fruit, vegetables, and meats. When I announced my intention to stock take in order to sort out a menu, the staff turned pale. Wordlessly, they began to armor the servitors before handing me the keys to the ship's armory. What the hell is on those decks? What are you doing? Wait. Oh, the storage decks. Right. I mean, it might just be like one. I reckon it's just going to be one. It's going to be like a rogue tasting servitor who's going to have an Italian accent. This is not a food. That's not a good accent. Yeah. Maybe he's trying to turn you into food. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, there we are. The cap is my only problem with the game is that I don't have enough to get a good game in, only some of the starter stuff, and I've been trying to worm till my friends into it before I invest more or at all. But with K47, it can be tricky. I've had to do a lot of the heavy lifting to get people in my area, but now it's basically like flying. Yeah. Let's do. I'm gonna do some. I'm gonna try and organize some K47 events in my area soon. It should be good. Gab Cavill, do I have another job? No, this is my full-time employment and has been for nearly 4 years. Yeah, I've been very fortunate. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Aldeus, bait them with the old I'll go half and half with a starter box. Yes. I mean, it's only 45 quid, right? It's like a night out. If you get particularly wankered and have a kebab at the end. Although I might be showing my age now. Maybe £45 isn't enough anymore. Maybe for 45 quid just enough to get started. Yeah. Alright. Snowbeast T, thank you for super chat. Just want to thank you and the community, sir. 07. You're too kind, man. You're too kind. Thank you for your support, and I'm loving being on the K47 journey with you, man. Amazing. Campbell, 47 years old, right? Me, I'm not 47. If you think I look 47, I'm going to jump out that window there, because clearly this streaming thing has aged me considerably. I am the ripe young age of 33. Johnny Johnson, thank you for 6 months, man. After the night, I feel like an ultramarine. Yeah. I bet that I bet there's a lot of jealous Space Marine players. I bet there's we got so much more stuff than them. On the launch of the edition, they were like the afterthought. Yeah, man. It did feel good to get a lot of it did feel good to be the poster boys for a bit. Yeah. Yeah. It did feel good. Jamie Johnson, Johnny Johnson, thank you for support, man, and I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. Deathwatch got more than the Smurfs, the blood bags. Yeah, we can't forget the Deathwatch got something. They got something, man. Awesome. Marines were not well served by that edition trailer. No, they were not. They were not indeed. Oh, I've got a sore back. Gav Campbell. In all seriousness, Morden, you have way more hair than me, and we are the same age, so you're winning. I'm very fortunate. My father has a very luxurious head of hair, and he's in his 70s now. So I'm very fortunate that I've inherited those. My brother and I have inherited those genes from our dad. So yeah, that's really good. Yeah. No, I appreciate it, man. There you are. I like Raven Guard. I've always been a thought. Yeah. No, you're just hiding Bucket 001. The born genes come from your mum's side. Do they? Well, I was very fortunate that I didn't get any off her them. How do you feel about the old Forgeworld Krieg Flamer teams? Poetic Terror. I just use them as the new ones. Big Flamer's Big Flamer, mate. Big Flamer with big. Yeah, Big Flamer's Big Flamer. The last reveal was the Emperor's True Finest. His Imperial Guard. There you are. Yeah. Right. Righty-ho. If we're onto the topic of talking about Mordian's fucking hair, I feel like we've probably come to the end of this stream. I've been streaming for 6 hours. So there you go. All right. Karl, I ruined it. Nah, I'm so tired. I was only going to do a 4-hour stream and then kept going a little longer. But yeah, I need to. 8-hour streams are killer, man. Absolutely killer. Right, I'm probably not streaming on Monday. I'm having a long weekend. So, let's wrap this bad boy up here. Gentlemen, ladies, small folk creature Alpha Centauri, thank you to all of you beautiful, crazy bastards for joining tonight's stream. And thank you to all of you who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all that stuff. And even if you just joined and liked and subscribed and chatted away, I hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed all of the reveals as well. Lots of cool shit coming down the pipeline for Konflikt 47. And what a week it has been. A week of reveals. Revealing that AOS is apparently going down the shitter. Revealing the new edition of Warhammer 40k and lots of new guard stuff. And revealing the new Konflikt 47 stuff. It's been a week of hype. And a bit of beef with the AOS stuff. But overall, it's been a pretty banging week. I am absolutely exhausted. It's been the busiest week in ages, but I want to say a huge, huge, huge thank you to all of you fantastic, degenerate sons of bitches who have been in all the streams this week, who have joined for some of them, or for a lot of them, all that kind of stuff. And I just want to say thank you. I hope you guys are hyped as fuck. I hope you guys are excited for the future, no matter what the game system may be, whether it's K47 or Warhammer or whatever. And I hope you all have an amazing weekend. Thank you so much for another great week. Because it's been another week where I've been able to do this crazy thing called full-time YouTubing. And I only get to do this because of your amazing support. And that ain't no shit neither. It's thanks to everyone who watches the videos, to everyone who likes and subscribes, and to everyone who does the super comments and the super thanks and all the super chats and all that shit. And the Patreons and the memberships, everything. It's all of that stuff which allows me to be able to keep doing this. And so I only get to do it if I have your support. So thank you. From the bottom of my heart, massive, massive, massive thank you. All right, you crazy sons of bitches. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Actually, it's not live. It's all pre-recorded. My hand's gonna start passing to the microphone. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time. CB Cooper, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships, you absolute Giga Chad, you absolute mentalist. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 07, you magnificent bastard. And you in particular have an excellent weekend.